Hello everyone and welcome to SmashBoxxTV. This is Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. We are at the Maple Hill Open and it's round 2 coverage you're about to see. However, we're on a little bit of a rain delay. That's right, a rain delay which may turn into a monsoon delay or a Hurricane Arthur delay. We're not really sure, but instead of going right off at 1 o'clock, we're going to push our broadcast start to 1:30. And that's where I'm going to bring you some player interviews and you're going to see some of the action, and then we're still going live with our lead card starting at 2 o'clock. So enjoy some of the action you're about to see for the next half hour. Again, right around 1:30 Eastern is when we're going to go live and bring you some of the action from hole 1. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. Go out and share and like this with some of your friends. Hello everyone and welcome to SmashBoxxTV. This is Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. We are at the Maple Hill Open and it's round 2 coverage you're about to see. However, we're on a little bit of a rain delay. That's right, a rain delay which may turn into a monsoon delay or a Hurricane Arthur delay. We're not really sure, but instead of going right off at 1 o'clock, we're going to push our broadcast start to 1:30. And that's where I'm going to bring you some player interviews and you're going to see some of the action, and then we're still going live with our lead card starting at 2 o'clock. So enjoy some of the action you're about to see for the next half hour. Again, right around 1:30 Eastern is when we're going to go live and bring you some of the action from hole 1. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. Go out and share and like this with some of your friends. Hello everyone and welcome to SmashBoxxTV. This is Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. We are at the Maple Hill Open and it's round 2 coverage you're about to see. However, we're on a little bit of a rain delay. That's right, a rain delay which may turn into a monsoon delay or a Hurricane Arthur delay. We're not really sure, but instead of going right off at 1 o'clock, we're going to push our broadcast start to 1:30. And that's where I'm going to bring you some player interviews and you're going to see some of the action, and then we're still going live with our lead card starting at 2 o'clock. So enjoy some of the action you're about to see for the next half hour. Again, right around 1:30 Eastern is when we're going to go live and bring you some of the action from hole 1. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. Go out and share and like this with some of your friends. Hello everyone and welcome to SmashBoxxTV. This is Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. We are at the Maple Hill Open and it's round 2 coverage you're about to see. However, we're on a little bit of a rain delay. That's right, a rain delay which may turn into a monsoon delay or a Hurricane Arthur delay. We're not really sure, but instead of going right off at 1 o'clock, we're going to push our broadcast start to 1:30. And that's where I'm going to bring you some player interviews and you're going to see some of the action, and then we're still going live with our lead card starting at 2 o'clock. So enjoy some of the action you're about to see for the next half hour. Again, right around 1:30 Eastern is when we're going to go live and bring you some of the action from hole 1. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. Go out and share and like this with some of your friends. Hello everyone and welcome to SmashBoxxTV. This is Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. We are at the Maple Hill Open and it's round 2 coverage you're about to see. However, we're on a little bit of a rain delay. That's right, a rain delay which may turn into a monsoon delay or a Hurricane Arthur delay. We're not really sure, but instead of going right off at 1 o'clock, we're going to push our broadcast start to 1:30. And that's where I'm going to bring you some player interviews and you're going to see some of the action, and then we're still going live with our lead card starting at 2 o'clock. So enjoy some of the action you're about to see for the next half hour. Again, right around 1:30 Eastern is when we're going to go live and bring you some of the action from hole 1. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. Go out and share and like this with some of your friends. Hello everyone and welcome to SmashBoxxTV. This is Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. We are at the Maple Hill Open and it's round 2 coverage you're about to see. However, we're on a little bit of a rain delay. That's right, a rain delay which may turn into a monsoon delay or a Hurricane Arthur delay. We're not really sure, but instead of going right off at 1 o'clock, we're going to push our broadcast start to 1:30. And that's where I'm going to bring you some player interviews and you're going to see some of the action, and then we're still going live with our lead card starting at 2 o'clock. So enjoy some of the action you're about to see for the next half hour. Again, right around 1:30 Eastern is when we're going to go live and bring you some of the action from hole 1. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. Go out and share and like this with some of your friends. Hello everyone and welcome to SmashBoxxTV. This is Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We are at the Maple Hill Open and it's round 2 coverage you're about to see. However, we're on a little bit of a rain delay. That's right, a rain delay which may turn into a monsoon delay or a Hurricane Arthur delay. We're not really sure, but instead of going right off at 1 o'clock, we're going to push our broadcast start to 1:30. And that's where I'm going to bring you some player interviews and you're going to see some of the action, and then we're still going live with our lead card starting at 2 o'clock. So enjoy some of the action you're about to see for the next half hour. Again, right around 1:30 Eastern is when we're going to go live and bring you some of the action from hole 1. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. Go out and share and like this with some of your friends. Hello everyone and welcome to SmashBoxxTV. This is Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We are at the Maple Hill Open and it's round 2 coverage you're about to see. However, we're on a little bit of a rain delay. That's right, a rain delay which may turn into a monsoon delay or a Hurricane Arthur delay. We're not really sure, but instead of going right off at 1 o'clock, we're going to push our broadcast start to 1:30. And that's where I'm going to bring you some player interviews and you're going to see some of the action, and then we're still going live with our lead card starting at 2 o'clock. So enjoy some of the action you're about to see for the next half hour. Again, right around 1:30 Eastern is when we're going to go live and bring you some of the action from hole 1. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. Go out and share and like this with some of your friends. Hello everyone and welcome to SmashBoxxTV. This is Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We are at the Maple Hill Open and it's round 2 coverage you're about to see. However, we're on a little bit of a rain delay. That's right, a rain delay which may turn into a monsoon delay or a Hurricane Arthur delay. We're not really sure, but instead of going right off at 1 o'clock, we're going to push our broadcast start to 1:30. And that's where I'm going to bring you some player interviews and you're going to see some of the action, and then we're still going live with our lead card starting at 2 o'clock. So enjoy some of the action you're about to see for the next half hour. Again, right around 1:30 Eastern is when we're going to go live and bring you some of the action from hole 1. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. Go out and share and like this with some of your friends. Hello everyone and welcome to SmashBoxxTV. This is Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We are at the Maple Hill Open and it's round 2 coverage you're about to see. However, we're on a little bit of a rain delay. That's right, a rain delay which may turn into a monsoon delay or a Hurricane Arthur delay. We're not really sure, but instead of going right off at 1 o'clock, we're going to push our broadcast start to 1:30. And that's where I'm going to bring you some player interviews and you're going to see some of the action, and then we're still going live with our lead card starting at 2 o'clock. So enjoy some of the action you're about to see for the next half hour. Again, right around 1:30 Eastern is when we're going to go live and bring you some of the action from hole 1. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. Go out and share and like this with some of your friends. Hello everyone and welcome to SmashBoxxTV. This is Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We are at the Maple Hill Open and it's round 2 coverage you're about to see. However, we're on a little bit of a rain delay. That's right, a rain delay which may turn into a monsoon delay or a Hurricane Arthur delay. We're not really sure, but instead of going right off at 1 o'clock, we're going to push our broadcast start to 1:30. And that's where I'm going to bring you some player interviews and you're going to see some of the action, and then we're still going live with our lead card starting at 2 o'clock. So enjoy some of the action you're about to see for the next half hour. Again, right around 1:30 Eastern is when we're going to go live and bring you some of the action from hole 1. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. Go out and share and like this with some of your friends. Hello everyone and welcome to SmashBoxxTV. This is Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We are at the Maple Hill Open and it's round 2 coverage you're about to see. However, we're on a little bit of a rain delay. That's right, a rain delay which may turn into a monsoon delay or a Hurricane Arthur delay. We're not really sure, but instead of going right off at 1 o'clock, we're going to push our broadcast start to 1:30. And that's where I'm going to bring you some player interviews and you're going to see some of the action, and then we're still going live with our lead card starting at 2 o'clock. So enjoy some of the action you're about to see for the next half hour. Again, right around 1:30 Eastern is when we're going to go live and bring you some of the action from hole 1. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. Go out and share and like this with some of your friends.
Jeff Bennett started out slow, throwing his very first drive of the final round into the drink on hole 1, quickly losing a stroke to Cale. Cale then opened the lead up to 4 on hole 4 with this birdie putt. And that's when the wheels fell off for Cale. Losing 3 strokes on hole 5 as his drive hit the top of the wall. Losing another 2 strokes on hole 7, getting stuck in the woods. On hole 8, with Jeff and Cale tied for the lead, Jeff throws this strike and takes the lead at the MSDGC for the first time. He continues to throw strikes, at one point birdieing 10 of 12 holes on this Maple Hill Airplanes course. But Cale continued to answer the challenge, especially when he hit this big birdie putt on hole 14. On hole 15, with Jeff in the woods, Cale applies the pressure by parking his drive. Jeff responds in kind, hitting his own big birdie putt. And on hole 16, Cale gets the kick of a lifetime. Flying a couple hundred feet to the right, he miraculously saves a bogey, gains the stroke back on hole 17, and sets himself up for this tourney-tying shot on the 72nd hole they played. Come on.
First on the tee, Cale Leiviska.
We start the sudden death on the Maple Hill Elements hole 1. 355 feet, 340 feet to clear the pond. In the 2 previous years we had a sudden death playoff. They were both decided right here on hole 1. Ron Russell beat out Steve Brinster in 04. Kevin McCoy beat out Walt Haney in 05. Cale Leiviska is on the tee. It's got good distance. Heisering a little left. He left himself about 35 feet pin high. Jeff Bennett now. He puts it out left. It hyzers back. He's left with this putt for birdie. Two inches higher, that would have made it in. He hits the front of the basket, glances off right, and Cale Leiviska to win the MSDGC. Off right. For the first time in MSDGC history, we go to a second hole in the MSDGC sudden death playoff. There are 3 ways to play hole 2. You can throw a big left to right Annie, you can throw a big hyzer shot over top of the forest, or you can throw it straight through the thin gap. Cale on the tee, throws a huge Annie. Keeps fading right, past the pin. He's got 25 feet coming back for birdie.
Yeah.
Apparently there's a 4th route. Jeff looks like he's throwing a hammer over the top. Pin high, 20 feet right. Jeff is all kinds of set up also. We go to Cale's birdie putt. He pushes it off left. The chains make a great catch. Let's see that one again in slow-mo. here's Jeff Bennett to push to a third playoff hole. We are going to the airplane. One goal! Hole 1 on the airplane's course is 760 feet long, 480 feet to clear the pond. Jeff Bennett barely made the close edge of the pond. It will be fun to watch Jeff's reaction as Cale takes his drive on hole 1.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Come back. Booyah. Come back.
That's right, son. Easily clears the pond. There is a lot of pressure on Jeff Bennett to come through right now. He's throwing a flick. His backhand went right in the drink. He's switching it up, trying to throw a flick 480 feet to clear the pond. Jeff Bennett's drive on hole 1. I think the tables have turned as Jeff Bennett is perfectly placed in the fairway. He's got a real good look at up and down for birdie, while Cale is down to the right in the trees. Jeff, who's a little farther out, will be throwing his upshot first. Oh, hits a rock, stays in bounds. He's got about 50 feet on a fast green for birdie. Here is Cale's second shot. He leaves it a bit short. Let's see if we got that from another angle. It trickles through the tree. Jeff Bennett started out slow, throwing his very first drive of the final round into the drink on hole 1, quickly losing a stroke to Cale. Cale then opened the lead up to 4 on hole 4 with this birdie putt. And that's when the wheels fell off for Cale. Losing 3 strokes on hole 5 as his drive hit the top of the wall. Losing another 2 strokes on hole 7, getting stuck in the woods. On hole 8, with Jeff and Cale tied for the lead, Jeff throws this strike and takes the lead at the MSDGC for the first time. He continues to throw strikes, at one point birdieing 10 of 12 holes on this Maple Hill Airplanes course. But Cale continued to answer the challenge, especially when he hit this big birdie putt on hole 14. On hole 15, with Jeff in the woods, Cale applies the pressure by parking his drive. Jeff responds in kind, hitting his own big birdie putt. And on hole 16, Cale gets the kick of a lifetime. Flying a couple hundred feet to the right, he miraculously saves a bogey, gains the stroke back on hole 17, and sets himself up for this tourney-tying shot on the 72nd hole they played. Further out than Barry Schultz, Chris Sprague for par. He will be losing 1 stroke and maybe 2 if Barry Schultz hits this birdie putt. Barry Schultz on the tee of hole 12, now leading by 2. That's a big drive from Barry. Fades left a bit early. Chris Sprague now on the tee. A low line drive, a short line drive. He's got a pretty big up and down to try to save par. Here's his second shot. Nice and easy. He's got about 15 feet for par. Barry Schultz has no look. Does a hammer. Gets plenty close enough. Here's Chris Sprague for par. Barry Schultz hits his par, and with 6 holes to play, has a 2-stroke lead over Chris Sprague. That drive fades left a bit early, dies a bit fast. He's left himself with about 30 feet for birdie on hole 13. Chris Sprague now. Whoa, that's quite a pull. Very strong to the hole. Flies about 35 feet past, cuts left into the woods. He's got about a 70-footer for birdie. I'll call that a par. Barry Schultz now to take a 3-stroke lead. Off the top of the basket. Barry has missed an opportunity to grow the lead to 3. We go to hole 14. Barry Schultz leading by 2. It's a little low. Heiser's a little late. Barry is out of bounds on his drive on hole 14. This could be the most important drive of the tournament for Chris Sprague. With a birdie here, he could produce a 2-stroke swing and be tied with Barry Schultz with 4 to play. He's got a shot at birdie. We go to Barry Schultz's 3rd shot, including the OB. All he can do is hammer out of the woods and make a run, and oh, very nice out for Barry Schultz. And here's Chris Sprague to tie for the lead. And now Barry Schultz to tie Chris Sprague for the lead. The lead he's held the entire tournament. We have a new leader, folks. Chris Sprague on the tee of hole 15. He pulls that drive a little right. Oh, nice kick out. Barry Schultz now trailing Chris Sprague by 1. It's a nice drive. Fades a bit left. Unfortunate kick off the root of that tree. Chris Sprague, 50 feet for birdie. Oh, hits the basket. And now Barry Schultz with a chance to tie. On to hole 16. Chris Sprague leading by 1. Oh, it turns a bit early. Oh, kicks way left. Chris Sprague is in trouble off the tee of 16. And Barry Schultz has another opportunity. Turns right. Oh, hits a tree. He's got an easy par, though. And Chris Sprague is going to be struggling for bogey. Here's Chris Sprague's 2nd shot. That disc cuts through the woods. Fading left. Parked. Chris Sprague is a miracle man. He saved his par. And Barry Schultz has lost another opportunity to gain back that stroke. Here is Barry's 2nd shot. Oh, nice run by Barry. He had a chance. And we advance to hole 17, which is a big uphill shot with a dogleg right onto a fast green. We join the action after 2 good drives. Chris Sprague, represented by a blue X, is about to shoot Barry Schultz in better position, represented by the red X. And this is Chris Sprague's 2nd shot on hole 17. Oh, he needed to get that much higher. Left it way short. Barry Schultz checks out the scene, seeing that Chris Sprague has a tough par and will probably have to lay up and get the bogey. Barry just needs a nice up and down to gain that stroke. That approach is a little bit weak. Leaves him about 20 feet away for par. Chris Sprague has this for par. Laying up, sacrificing a stroke, and going on to hole 18 tied with Barry Schultz. Barry Schultz for par to tie Chris Sprague with 1 hole remaining. There's not much you can say on that. Barry missed a putt on holes 13, 14, 15. Chris Sprague made a miracle upshot on 16. And on 17, Barry Schultz missed another putt. We could be witnessing one of the largest upsets in disc golf history. Barry Schultz, 2005 Player of the Year, World's Champion, U.S. Open Champion. He trails by 1 with 1 hole remaining. Chris Sprague drives on hole 18. That is a nice drive by Chris Sprague. He's left himself with a good shot at the island green. And Barry Schultz launches a huge drive. He knows it's good, no need to watch. He sets himself up looking right at the island green. He might have a shot at birdie. And now Chris Sprague's second shot. He is safely on the island green. Let's see that again from the other side. And we go to Barry Schultz. Second shot.
Rob. Johnny, that's Rob. Rob, that's
Trepidation has set in. I'm fearing the worst from my hospital bed. I know from all distractions now. I stand before you with no way trepidation has set in. I'm fearing the worst from my hospital bed. I know from all distractions now. I stand before you with no way out. Trepidation has set in. I'm fearing the worst from my hospital bed. I know from all distractions now. I stand before you with no way out. I want out. I want out. I want out. I want
Thanks, Caddy. That can make some footage.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Day 2 coverage of the 2014 Maple Hill Open presented by Vibram. I'm your host Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and the word of the day is weather. Well, it's not exactly what we would call gorgeous out here. However, right now, the rain is a little lighter than we're expecting later on. There's some nasty wind and rain and other things coming. Let's see if we can get as much action in as possible. I still think our top players are going to rise to the top, and they're going to come out with good scores. Right now we're going to grab Jay Redding. Jay, come on over, buddy. Okay, I'm calling enough for you. How you doing today?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. My name isn't Andrew, but apparently he's all over out here. We're going to meet him pretty good today, I think.
Yeah, what would you say is your number one tip when you're going out and you know the inclement weather is here and you're going to prepare for it? What do you do to prepare for it?
I'd say number one is gear. You gotta spend some money. You can't go out there in a trash bag. Patagonia does me awesome, keeps me super dry, and I think that's key, man. Waterproof shoes, keen footwear, and yeah, some good gear. I think that is super key to keeping yourself comfortable. You got to be happy out there. I mean, come on, we're throwing frisbees, so it should be a joyous occasion. So, you know, start off by treating your body right.
Is there an advantage to anyone that might be sporting a caddy on a day like today? Maybe some umbrella action, some of that?
I tell you what, I'm pretty stoked to have local boy Cuz on the bag today. I think a caddy is going to be a huge advantage, not only keeping your discs dry, but giving you a little retrieval underneath, trying to just keeping yourself dry. So yeah, big advantage.
Now, there's going to be some slipping, maybe a little sliding. There may be even a slide through on a putt or something, although these mock X's are great, right, DGA? However, do you think about that whatsoever, knowing that there's going to be maybe a break that may or may not go your way?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a great course like this, you know, it's such a challenge even in great weather. You know, you're going to have things happen to you. Those things are going to be exasperated with the weather conditions. So, you know, putting a towel down on the tee pad, you know, that's a great way to kind of keep some grip in there. And for a, you know, 280-pound guy like me, I got to make sure that I really pound in my feet on putts, otherwise those slip outs are going to happen. So, yeah, you got to kind of want the terra firma for sure.
All right, one last question. Summarize yesterday's round before we kick off right now.
Yesterday we had some, you know, a beautiful kickoff to the tournament. Myself personally, I had a really slow first round, knowing that this is a championship course and any hole can be great or bad for you. Kept my composure. I ended up birdieing 5 of the last 6 holes, so I came in with a solid score, and we're going to try and repeat it today.
All right, well, hopefully you get off to even a better start and a great finish, and then that's your complete round.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for watching.
All right, well, there you have it, Jay Redding. We are on our 1:30 tee time. We're going to go ahead and get right to the action.
Gentlemen, we are live on the tee. Ricky Wysocki.
And there you have it as we are getting started. There's going to be a myriad of umbrella action all over today. And Ricky Wysocki is on the tee. And all too similar to yesterday, Ricky has absolutely smashed this first drive. Very nice shot by Ricky Wysocki. And Calvin also puts some heat on this drive.
Very nice looking. Not going to hook up quite as much as Ricky's, however. Very nice drive.
Come on, Nifa.
NIFA favorite, Steve Brinster, your 2013 United States Disc Golf Champion. And packed with plenty of power, Steve Brinster throws a very nice drive. He may have been a little surprised. He thought he had a little more on that. However, he is safely over the pond, which they say is 480 feet to clear. Jay Redding on the tee. Jay looking for a little flip up. Wants it to finish left. And he is safe. Good shot by Jay Redding. We are just going to hang out here for a little while as the rain continues to come down. We've got 2 or 3 cards here before we get to our 2 o'clock leader card. It's going to be a wet but yet adventurous day out here today at the Maple Hill Gold Course. In a few minutes, we're going to catch up with Steve Dodge, our tournament director. We'll check in with him and see what his plan of action is for the day. Till then, sit back and enjoy. You are drier than we are. You're watching the 2014 Maple Hill Open.
Vibram golf discs. The VP, our inaugural putt-and approach. This is a big, beefy putter. This disc can handle the wind and real power off the tee. It has been called the best driving putter and has a consistent, predictable, end-flight fade. On the green, it works best for power putters and windy days. Vibram's second putt-and approach disc is called the Summit. It's perfect for those touch approach shots. Where the VP is beefy and overstable, the Summit has a low profile, a natural release, and will hold a controlled anhyzer. On the green, it makes a great lob or straight line putter. And our third putter to join the Vibram putt and approach crew is the Ridge. With a stability rating between that of the VP and the Summit, the Ridge makes an amazingly stable approach disc. It flies straight and finishes true. It can handle a little snap and quite a bit of wind. And that completes the Vibram putt and approach arsenal. Each of these discs comes in the rubber-based X-Link compound, our unequaled grip and high durability material that'll let you do some van damage around the green.
Great addition that could be found on any course, but especially on a course where you move up to the first hole and there's not really a good open area to get warmed up on. So we see Paul Oman as well as Dana Vicich. We're going to be seeing a lot of Dynamite, as I like to call him. Vibram sponsored professional. Dana shooting a very solid score of 54 yesterday. I think him and Paul have a special warm-up dance that they're doing. It's really cute. We also saw Dana's wife yesterday debuting here at the Maple Hill Open. I should say making her Maple Hill Open debut, Ashley. Both Paul Oman and Dana were gracious enough yesterday to have a quick conversation with us. Give us some updates just to find out that they're some of the hotter scores that came into the clubhouse. And besides the weather that we will be speaking of throughout the day, another W word would be waiting. And as many of you know, anytime you're out playing in inclement weather, you're usually taking longer time because you're drying off your disc, you're making sure your hands are dry, you're hiding underneath umbrellas, you're doing a whole myriad of things. And so there's going to be a little bit of weather and a little bit of waiting today. So in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and we're going to grab Steve. We're going to... And we found out that Steve Brinster had just parked his shot playing into the gap. I know he didn't start as well as he wanted to yesterday. However, it's off to a good start today. So speaking of great starts, I've got Steve Dodge,
Yes.
our tournament director.
I heard you say earlier that the key word today is going to be weather. And I think that is potentially true. I would say whether or not you started before the rain is key. That's what you meant?
That's true, yeah. Whether or not you started, and the other word I just used, the W word.
Winter?
No, but thank you. Wait. There's going to be some waiting out here today. There's going to be people that are no, not that kind of wait. Thank you for noticing, though. No, just there's going to be some waiting out there. People play a little bit slower and have to get their gear ready and their hands dry and their disc dry. Great opportunity maybe to throw some rubber, with great grip and durability. Yes?
100%. I think today I would think would favor someone who has experience in playing slow, because if you get cold, next thing you know you're not following through, sawing them off.
Like lumberjacking? What do you mean?
Sawing them off.
Oh. Okay.
That's a term.
So, let's just talk a little bit about the weather. We were called in due to lightning yesterday. Totally understandable. The lightning was closer than most people realized.
When did that happen?
From 5:05 to 5:45.
Okay.
So let's talk a little bit about weather and what the plan is.
We're going to do the same thing. If we see lightning, we're going to call it. We'll follow all the rules and make sure everybody's safe. That's obviously rule number one.
It is, and we're not referring to Chris Sprague, who I called White Lightning during the Skins match, right?
Yeah, I have to say I disagree with AJ that using weather euphemisms as nicknames, I disagree with that as being super cool.
Oh. All right. We'll see you, Rolling Thunder. Get out of here.
Scooter's giving us the call.
All right, we got Scooter giving us the call. Let's get to our 140 group.
Gentlemen, we are live in the tee. Jason Dorr. Yeah.
And as Scooter said, we have Jason Dorr on the tee. Jason looking for a little high-five action, maybe some friendly camaraderie here before. Oh, looking for the young gun, Drew. Okay, handshakes have been given. And here we are, Jason Dorr on the tee. Jason looking for it to hook up just a little bit. Looks like he's carried over to the right-hand side. Drew giving the head nod to all of the gallery out here. Looks like Drew had a slight slip on the tee pad. However, that's not going to affect the outcome here. He should easily clear that pond as he's got a very big throw. Local Kyle. I'm not even going to attempt that last name. We're going to go with Kyle M. And that is Kyle Moriarty.
Paul Allman.
Yeah, Paul.
Yeah. Paul.
Prepare yourselves at home for the most fluid throw in the game.
Yeah, boy.
Yes. Nice shot,
Paul is
Nice shot, Paul.
I think Paul was confident that it cleared the pond. He didn't even need to look. He was pretty sure it was going to clear the pond. Paul, were there any doubts about you clearing that pond?
Not at all, Terry.
Our 150 group. Josh Childs. Matt Oram. Paul McBeth. Joe Rivera. Let's go.
All right, and Paul says he had no doubts with that nice crushing drive. Again, we'd like to thank all of you at home for tuning in. This is SmashBoxxTV. I am your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We have Rob on the umbrella. We have Todd working all of the camera and controls, along with carrying most of the equipment. And we have Johnny V back at headquarters. We are excited to bring you this round 2 coverage of the 2014 Maple Hill Open. Everyone here and at home should just be praying or keeping their fingers crossed at least that this rain can maybe stay as light or less than it is right now. They are calling for some very nasty weather later on in the day.
Okay.
We all washed away. The whole campground.
And there you have it. Both Rob and Todd, as I said, working the equipment today. And not too long from now, maybe we'll catch up with Birdie Girl, Kelsey Wilmerding. She really had a breakout event here last year. She's been touring around and traveling quite a bit, both last year as well as this year, even more so. And she's looks like she is into the clubhouse. I think she's going to be going out a little bit later yet today in the rain, so we'll catch up with her at some point before she goes out and plays. Yesterday we saw the women teeing off before the men, and most of them were completed before the men had teed off. Today it was a little bit on the reverse side, and some of the women were probably wishing they would have went off earlier when there wasn't any rain. As our 140 card continues to move down the fairway, we will find a few more people to talk to and interview before these players go out and get started.
Great work, man. I just want to say thanks. You guys too.
Yeah, thank you. And I have confirmed we're going to catch up with Matty O in just a few moments. He's just drying off his discs one final time before he goes out for the round, and like I said, in a few moments we'll be catching up with him. We see our leader, Dutch Napier, or as I like to call him, Batman. See, Dutch is getting warmed up as well. The local economy's got to be loving the tournament. Not only do we bring in a few hundred golfers that visit all of the restaurants and other establishments, also everyone going over to the shops and cleaning them out of umbrellas and ponchos and other equipment and all sorts of rain gear this weekend. I also see Josh Childs throwing and getting warmed up. And And as soon as Matty-O has his laces all tightened up and ready to go, we're going to grab him for a few moments here. Cale Leiviska also now over at the driving net getting warmed up.
He's rolling? Yeah.
All right, as promised here, we are joined by one Matty-O, Matt Oram. Matt, yesterday was probably kind of a fun round. You get to play with one of your best friends during the opening round. What was that like?
Yeah, me and Greg got to play the first round together. It was fun. A little Team D action, some friendship going on. And I got to play with Bobby Jones. It's pretty fun too. Had a good first fun round. Nice, clean, fun, sunny. We'll see how this one goes.
So not like today. I mean, today could be fun, but definitely not clean and sunny. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. But I'm going to give it my best and see how it goes.
All right, now you've been traveling around and playing and touring well for many years, but talk about what you're up to right now. You just mentioned Deity Discs. What are you up to these days?
Sponsored by them now, trying to get their company under Cohen. You know, with the discs they're coming out, they're about to come out with a bunch of new ones. And going to AM Worlds to help them do that, going to Pro Worlds, and that's pretty much it after this. So
that's pretty cool. So you're acting as not only a sponsored player, but a true ambassador to them and to the sport. What are you looking forward to here for the rest of the weekend? I know rain probably wasn't on your list, but what else are you looking to the next 2 days here?
Just have a bunch of fun. I'm tired of not having fun, so I'm going to start having fun again.
Well, there you go. All right, well, there you go. We're going to let Matty-O get to it. We're just about ready for our tea time, and that's a good word, fun. Let's going to see if these players can get out there. They're going to get it done today. What time are you guys going off?
150.
Well, there you have it. That's our 150 card, and we're going to see Matty-O in action. Let's get to it.
Boom.
We're live on the tee. Josh Childs.
Oh. And Scooter has made the official call. Josh Childs is live on the tee. Josh is going to need a little bit more height. That is flexing out for him. And it's going to be more than clear.
Matt Oram.
Probably a little more nerve-wracking than he was hoping for on the first throw, but he is clear. And here's Deity Disc sponsored Matt Oram. I think Matt was looking for just a little bit more turnover on that shot as it's hyzering out and got a little bit high. He's still safe.
Paul Macbeth. Yeah.
And Paul Macbeth is here and in the rain, something he's seen plenty of other times this year. Paul has turned it over and is low and actually has gone out of bounds here on his first shot. Very unexpected. And Joe's shot is going to easily clear the pond, and he will be off and running as well. All four of our players are not necessarily anxious to head off the tee and venture onto this long and challenging course. That is our 150 tee time. as you see an entire barrage of umbrellas heading down the fairway.
Next up, our 2 o'clock group. Dutch Napier, Cale Leiviska, Dave Feldberg, Dana Vicich.
We're going to catch up with a number of our players from this 2 o'clock card. However, if we get the opportunity, I think, like I said, we may catch up with Kelsey Wilmerding. And we'll see if she's ready in a few moments. And we will get in position here, just get you guys ready. We're going to move over here. All right, where are you going, Kelsey? You're really tall. Look at it. We got to do this. All right, I am here joined by Kelsey Wilmerding, Birdie Girl, as many call you. Everybody call you that?
Some people.
I call you that.
Yes.
Okay. Last year, I was saying this is somewhat of a breakout event for you. You really had a phenomenal week. You came up just a little bit short in the end, but you did have a phenomenal week out here, and I'm sure you had a lot of fun. What are you looking forward to this year?
I just hope that I can get through today, playing safe and smart, and then I'll get a little more aggressive tomorrow when it's a little nicer. So just try to be careful today.
How are you preparing? I know you've been on the road, you've been touring, you've got a lot of things probably packed in a little car like everyone else on tour. How do you get ready to come out and brave these elements?
Just warming up, stretching, having your routine is really important. Having a calm mindset when you start. So just trying to relax and have expectations that are reasonable so that, my goals are achievable.
Well, there you go. That makes good sense. That's great advice.
Yeah.
Is that for life too, I bet, right?
Sure. I guess it applies.
All right. So today the women are going off a little later. Yesterday you guys had the early round. Do you wish you were going off earlier today?
Just, it would have been nice not to have to play in the rain, but hopefully tomorrow will be nice. It looks like it will be. So, I have a caddy, which is going to help. My dad's caddying for me, so his support means a lot. And it should be good. Lots of extra towels.
That's a great idea. All right. Anything else? Any parting shots? Again, you've been on tour. We're only here in July, so I know the year's only halfway done. What else are you looking forward to in the next couple weeks or upcoming months?
Definitely looking forward to Worlds. Portland's a really fun town. Definitely played there quite a bit, so I'm looking forward to those courses. They play pretty well with my advantages, so that's going to be exciting. And I'll make a trip back to Montana there to see all my Montana folks. And just August will be a good month, I think.
Yeah. All right, well, that is Legacy-sponsored Kelsey Wilmerding, Birdie Girl. We wish her the best of luck. What time are you going off today?
2:30.
All right, well, we may run into her, whether it's later this afternoon if the weather holds off, or possibly later in the week. We look forward to watching you play. Good luck to you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, well, there you have it. That is Kelsey. Right now we're going to go ahead and we're also going to grab Cale Leiviska, who's going to be joining us on our 2 o'clock card. And yeah, he's here. Cale, let's talk a little bit about your round yesterday. Obviously one of the better rounds out there. You came in with the 52. Talk a little bit about it.
The 52 yesterday was very solid. I took 2 4s in the front 9, no 5s. Just played it nice and cool. Didn't start off very hot, but pretty much shredded the back 9 as best as I could. And I knew anything under 54 was a really hot score. 4 of those. Got a chance to win the tournament, so maybe drop a 48 today in the rain. That'd be nice.
Yeah, that'd be all right. So it seems like there's this reoccurring theme of everybody talking about not starting out so hot, but then going out and killing it on the back. You're one of Jay Redding has said that. Katrina Allen has said that. A number of players have said that. Do you feel the back's any easier, or did you get warmed up at that point?
Yeah, I think just the anticipation of coming to this tournament for weeks and then stepping up on the first tee and having a little nerves. It takes a couple holes to get through it, but once you settle down and just look around those woods and Pearson Lions, you start to settle down real fast.
So what were you throwing out there? I know there's many have said you need just about every shot in your bag. What were you throwing out there, and how was it working for you?
I was just throwing a lot of mid-ranges, a lot of M4s, just trying to advance the fairways as best I can, give myself some up shots. The back 9, definitely a few more drivers where I'm throwing as hard as I can, just trying to get myself in position. But yeah, especially the front 9, if you can maneuver through those tight fairways, set yourself up just to get some 3s in the back 9, and I'm playing with some of the world's best today, so I'm sure we'll have a great group. See, Dutch has got his baseball bat out here in case anyone starts acting up. So
there you go. All right, so you shot 52. Dutch came in with 51. Why didn't you get an ace and just tie him?
I was gonna save it for Sunday, but if I need to do it today, maybe I'll reach down and get one.
All right, well, that is Cale Leiviska going off at our 2 o'clock leader card, and we're going to get right to the action. Best of luck to you, Cale.
Thanks, SmashBoxx. Thanks, everyone.
All right, and with that being said, Scooter is here with the 2 o'clock call.
Live in the tee with our lead group, Dutch Napier.
Dutch.
And here we have it, our leader shooting a 51 yesterday with an ace on hole number 8, Dutch Napier. Dutch looking to reel it in. Looks like he went with a huge
Cale
Anheuser.
Leiviska.
Second on the tee, shooting a 52 yesterday, is Cale Leiviska. And low and laser-like, Cale has a very nice shot, easily clearing the trees. Very happy with that.
Feldberg.
2008 world champion Dave Feldberg. Dave's also a little bit low, however, I'm guessing that's going to clear.
Dana Vicich.
Hey, whoever's next is like a big mud pump right there. Sweep it off.
And Dana Vicich, again, Vibram sponsored professional Dana from Illinois. Dana's going to need that to hook up, and it's going to do so. He should be clearing easily. And he has done just that. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the tee shots for our 2 o'clock leader card. Again, I am Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV, and we are going out to get wet here. We're going to do the best we can to still provide you all the best angles and coverage. Again, we have Todd on the camera, along with Rob and Johnny V.
Hi there, I'm Tony Inzana. I'm the tournament director of the Rochester Flying Disc Open, which is the closing event of the National Tour Series for the PDGA this year. I'm here to describe Maple Hills hole number 1. This is a breathtaking hole, 785 feet, par 4. And this hole requires 480 feet to clear the water, and then it channels down into an island green surrounded by OB. The real question is, do you go for it and try to get over the water and risk flipping it over into the water, or do you lay up to the left? This is hole 1, a wonderful hole here at Maple Hill.
And we are moving over here to get in position. Looks like
It's gonna be me, right?
it is going to be Dave Feldberg will be throwing his approach shot first. and Dave throwing and really just pretty much approaching the green. Definitely was not in a good position to be able to attack the green. And a quick production note for everyone at home: we are doing our best to keep all of our cameras, equipment, and personnel as dry as possible so we can get through this entire very lengthy 18-hole round. We may occasionally have to sacrifice a zoom of some sort in order just to keep you guys going out here. So enjoy all the coverage. We're going to bring it to you as best as we can. Dutch had thrown an overhand shot. He was somewhat down and beneath where we were standing. He'll be short of the mouth. He's looking just to lay up and get a par 4. This is Dana Vicich. And it looks like Dana is... he's getting the red flag. I'm sure there'll be a clarification as they get closer. It is really tough to tell. Looks like he may have gotten past the line that is on the left-hand side. Anytime these players get over this rock wall, they are considered out of bounds. However, Dana was aimed right at the opening in the rock wall. We'll have to see as we get closer. Cale was fortunate enough to land in a spot where it looks like he will have a run-up. As you can see, these budding Christmas trees provide plenty of challenge during their approach shots. And Cale in his backswing actually had accidentally hit one of the trees, completely negating any grip or dryness he had previously. And Cale comes up just short of the mouth on the gap here. He's going to leave himself with a putt probably just outside the circle's edge, so to speak. And after throwing his layup, Dave will be first to throw. As you can see, looks like Dana Vicich's disc did scoot out of bounds just by a few inches. Dave has a very nice jump putt approach. He's going to have to settle for a par 4. We're going to move over directly behind Dana to show you the difficult angle he's at here. As we said, Dana's approach went probably about 12 inches past the line. He will be throwing directly over the outer bounds to approach to this basket. Anything inside the wooden barricade is considered in bounds there on this peninsula green. So he'll be throwing directly over the out of bounds to attack this basket. Oh, and Dana thought he had it, as did I. Comes up just a few inches short. Had he made that, that would have been for a penalty 4. And Dutch is going to be faced with what looks to be a difficult angle and line as well. Similar to Dana, if he were to get caught up anywhere between him and the basket, it would likely remain OB. So he's going to need to make sure that he's got a good angle here. And he does, and gets a little kiss off the basket. Cale's jumper from 38 feet is just off the front of the basket. And Dana taps in what will be for bogey 5. Dutch will take a par 4, as will both Feldberg and Cale Leiviska. One down with 17 to go. You're watching the 2014
crevice, I guess you could call it. Right hand side is all out of bounds over this wall you see right here. I just try to play it up the hill and give myself a putt.
Cale, 4, Dave, 4, Dana.
And with hole 1 complete, as we heard Dutch say, Dutch, Cale, and Dave carding par 4s, and Dana with a penalty 5. We're here on hole 2, 350 feet. And Dutch, it's tough to tell. It looks like Dutch is shot carrier wide to the right, and he will be OB if he's over the rock wall. And And Cale going with a low turnover, however he did need it a little bit higher. And Dave asking for it to turn. It looks like he's hung it out a little bit too wide to the left. Dana's looking for that to finish or possibly hook up. However, it does not appear that it has. Not certain that I would say I'm a firm believer in the jinxing yourself, so I'm going to go ahead and say right now that if this weather were to simply maintain where it's at right now, it would be hole 2's fairway. The players here are looking for a spot, so to speak, referring to the place where they were last inbounds. Usually a group judgment call as to where they thought they were last inbounds and doing their best to mark that spot. Anything over the line here that you see strung across this rock wall is what is considered out of bounds. They will receive a 1 throw penalty and have to throw from where they were last inbounds. And Dutch with a forehand approach.
Hit these trees, right?
You got yours? You mine?
And as I said earlier, the players will come to a consensus as to where they feel that the players were last inbounds. And much to his surprise and delight, Vicich is actually safe. He gives me the eyebrow raise of excitement, I think that was. And Dave, with more than 75 feet to the basket, gives a very nice run.
Where's that right there? But based on that, what do I think you're going
Anywhere between there and this.
I thought he was crazy at the end.
And Cale standing down just for a moment.
Didn't know now.
And Cale also giving it a pretty solid run here, just left side of the basket. And Dana has given us the official nod that he's going to go ahead and wait for the group on hole 3's tee to go ahead and tee off. We can see Matt Oram, that group and tee pad are directly in line with where Dana will be throwing, so in order to keep his concentration, he's going to go ahead and wait for them to tee. One thing that you may see here on most of the holes is this white line, which is just short of the basket. We refer to that as the 10-meter circle, or the 33-foot line. Anytime the player's inside of that 10-meter circle, they're not able to fall through on any putts or throws that they make. Otherwise, it is deemed a falling putt. You see at some of our bigger tournaments that in order to ensure the players of how far away they are, this gives them the actual line that they can see. So anytime you hear us referring to the circle or inside the circle or a 10-meter circle, that is exactly what
I'm Ross Brandt. I'm from Minnesota and I play for Vibram Disc Golf.
Vibram Disc Golf is everything. Disc golf's awesome.
The discs are fantastic. They're the best driving putters I've ever used.
The rubber's great. It lasts forever.
They're really good putting putters.
It's very consistent.
They want the best disc out there.
Vibram's definitely making their mark.
We're here, we're living in this wonderful moment.
Dutch, can I tap out? Like that? Yeah, go ahead.
Dave clarifying, this is also a courtesy you'll find in many tournaments. Normally you would have your furthest player out would be throwing first. However, as noted by flow of play, the players are allowed to go ahead and give other players permission to tap out or to go ahead and finish the hole, even if they're not the furthest person out. And Dutch comes up just a bit short, right at the front of the basket. No problems for Cale, and Dana will also tap in for his par 3.
Vibram golf discs. The VP, our inaugural putt-and approach. This is a big, beefy putter. This disc can handle Vibram golf.
I think we're good. We're going to wait and let them tee off because 2 shots have been landed on
If you happen to throw a good one, I'm not saying I'm going to, but if I do, it could really hit somebody hard.
That'd be a good hit, actually. Yeah. For our sake.
And as you may be taking in here on hole 3 at 365 feet, we are waiting underneath our PDGA tent. All of the players are more than happy to be hunkered down here, so to speak. It looks as if a 150 card in front of them has completed the hole. However, hole 4's tee is not far from hole 3's basket. So the players here have made a conscious decision that they're going to stand down just for a moment before they tee off here on hole 3, waiting for the next group to go ahead and tee off on 4 before they throw their tee shots here. And shortly after I had mentioned the consistency and light rain, it has picked up 5-fold. So take that for what you will back home. And here we have it. We are back on the tee. We are live with David Feldberg. And Dave Feldberg has perfectly pured this gap. It looks like he may be a little bit short, however, it was a very nice throw. Throwing the patented Steve Dodge S curve here on hole 3. And Dana Vicich on the tee. Dana going right of the tree we see in the fairway. Not necessarily the preferred route, however, it seemed to have kept going. And Cale certainly had a slip on his hand here. And that slip may cost him a stroke, as he had hit the left-hand side and kicked further to the left. Dutch also hit the left-hand side of the fairway, however, he got a much more favorable bounce as it kicked him into the center of the fairway. He should be able to get up and down there to save his par. The rain is coming down, and we are here on our second round of the 2014 Maple Hill Open. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV, and you are far more dry than we are.
I'm Katrina Allen of Prodigy Disc. We're here at Maple Hill Disc Golf Course on hole 3, 365 feet, par 3, Steve Dodge's S curve. I'm going to take an understable fairway driver and let the disc do the work.
The Mach X by DGA, the evolution of disc golf.
Cale going with a absolutely beautiful forehand roller. He hasn't quite made it out to the opening, but it's a very nice recovery. Looks like Cale will be throwing next. We are somewhat guarded by a few of the raindrops here, but it's still coming down pretty heavily. And Cale's shot for 3 comes up just short of the pin. And And Dana again, right near that circle's edge. In fact, it looks like he's about 2 feet beyond it, so that would place him roughly 35 feet away from the pin. As we talked about earlier, play is a lot slower here when you're playing in conditions of this nature. You got to make sure that you have good grip both on your disc as well as your footwork. And Dana is just up and over the basket. Feldberg has placed himself within 18 feet of the basket. And carding the first birdie that we have seen thus far in the first 3 holes, Dave Feldberg has a birdie 2 here on hole number 3. I think we're going to see an umbrella putt here by Dana. Well, he is. I stand corrected, not yet. Maybe on a little bit shorter ones. Dutch taps in. We should have pars by Dutch and Dana, bogey by Cale Leiviska, and birdie by David Feldberg. There you have it. Let's move over to hole number 4.
Hi, this is Toad McReynolds with Team Vibram here at Maple Hill, hole 4, 250 feet downhill. Object of this hole, they set you up for a perfect straight shot with the water 30 feet directly behind it, which is your OB line. You also have a separate right-hand gap where you can take a sidearm, flex out, and come back down. And as long as you land anywhere around the group of trees on the left-hand side, that's a good place to be. That puts you about 15 to 20 feet away.
That was hole 3, Dutch to 3, Cale, 4, Dave, 2, Dana.
After carding the birdie 2 on hole number 3, Dave Feldberg is on the tee. And Dave hits short and left. One of the countless trees found on hole number 4. This hole is the shortest hole these competitors will play on all week. However, it does also have the smallest fairway to hit. There are a number of ways to attack it, however, it seems like the most common route is straight up the middle. And getting a redirect after hitting a tree is Dana's forehand shot. Dutch also hits a tree on the left-hand side. But a very unique shot by Dave Feldberg, hitting off the ground, which was a putter in fact, and it had skipped up and off the ground to hit the basket.
I didn't go too fast for you. Yeah.
Throwing his pumpkin putter overhand. Dutch has to approach. Looks like he's approximately 30 feet away. Vicich puts in for a beautiful birdie too.
Very unique technique playing both live.
Cale Leiviska also puts in for birdie 2. And Dutch cards a bogey 4. Feldberg looking to tap in for his par 3. So again, although one of the shortest holes on the course, still proving plenty of challenge for these gentlemen. Bogey by Dutch Napier. Birdies by Cale, as well as Dana. And a 3 for Dave Feldberg. We're going to stand down. We're going to get behind the pin on hole number 5.
My name's Will Schustrick. I'm with Prodigy Disc. We're on hole number 5 at Maple Hill. There's 2 routes on this hole. The main route is a big anhyzer out over the water. The basket's about 15 feet inbounds on the other side. A lot of people either throw sidearm or a big turnover. And there's some people that go down the middle. It's a lot safer of a route, but lowers your chance at a deuce putt.
Players, I'm sure, will be going out and around and over the water. And this looks as if it is Dana's shot. and is tough to tell. Our spotter here gives him the safe sign. Sometimes you may see a red flag go up or a big X if someone's out of bounds. He was giving him the safe indicator. And Cale Leiviska is not getting back in bounds with that shot. It looked as if Cale maybe had released slightly low or just did not put enough power into that shot. He's going to move to the drop zone from there. Third on the tee should be David Feldberg. And coming in, looks as if Feldberg had gone up the middle, completely contradicting what I had predicted to happen. Seems as if he is on the, what would be the right-hand side of the fairway. He's got a look at the basket from where he is, but he is at least 55, maybe 60 feet short of the pin. Throughout the years, we've seen some pretty miraculous throws here from this drop zone. Players are still throwing directly over the water here to this pin in front of us. And that's going to need to stay clean. And it does filter through the right-hand side. It is not uncommon to see someone hit the tree that Cale went just inside of him and still kick him out of bounds. However, Cale went to the right of it and is left with just 18 feet for his penalty 4. I'm already guessing that there's going to be a significant backup here on hole 6, the player's next hole. That will give us a moment here for our crew to stand down for just a few minutes and make sure that we have all our equipment in place. There's traditionally a backup on hole 6, as there was yesterday. Feldberg has an alley and comes up just short and left. Dutch left with a jumper and he is wide right. He'll have a 12-foot tap in for par. And just as Dana is getting ready to set up, we feel a little crosswind. And he comes up to the left-hand side. Hole 5 will not render any birdies here to our leader card. This is traditionally one of the most birdied holes that we find on the course. And Cale has come up short and will be taking a penalty 5, double bogey here on hole number 5. There's no doubt that these players have become frustrated and or fed up already with this constant wind and rain. It seems as if the wind is maybe picking up a little bit here. The rain has been the same consistency since the tee on hole 3. And Cale is searching for his disc. Unfortunately, it is not retrievable or even probably visible from where he's at. He's at least 20 to 25 feet out into the water. Well, there you have it. So there you have it. We are at a very wet spot out here. It is the 2014 Maple Hill Open Round 2 coverage. And let's just say that the wind and rain is so far getting the best of these players. We've only seen 3 total birdies out of the first 5 holes. We've seen a number of bogeys already, including a few penalty strokes. So for Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and SmashBoxx, we're going to stand down for a few minutes. There's a huge backup on hole 6. And as soon as everyone's clear and we're ready to go, we'll get back to the action. Again, Terry Miller with SmashBoxxTV. Thanks for watching.
Achieving greatness requires hundreds of days of preparation, which is why the people at Vibram have worked for over 3 years to make their first ever distance driver the longest and straightest in the game. Introducing the new Vibram Lace, helping you achieve your greatness.
Fearing the worst from my hospital bed. I'm numb from all distractions now. I stand before you with no way out. Trepidation has set in. I'm fearing the worst from my hospital bed. I'm numb from all distractions now. I stand before you with no way out. I want out. I want out. I want out. I want
The Mach-X's M-Link system takes basket performance to a new level, allowing for more outer chains without the excess weight. Outfitted with the new Trapper Basket 2 technology, the Mach-X has a 10-inch deep tray with additional support railing, eliminating bounce outs.
This new disc is the Ibex.
Vibram's first mid-range. Very exciting disc. It's a very forgiving, straight flyer. If you don't have too much power, this thing's still gonna fly nice and straight for you.
Great mid-range. Rides straight, great in tailwinds. Rides pure, straight, forward.
It's got a traditional mid-range width.
It's got smooth round edges to cut through the wind. The wing is a little smaller, so it's easier to hold onto it. And you feel like you have more accuracy right away. And it has a little bevel, so it increases the glide, so you don't have to throw it as hard for it to go as far.
If you've got a lot of power, you're gonna love this disc. You're gonna love putting it up 50, 60 feet in the air and having it track off to the right and hold that track. Minimal fade at the end of its flight. A nice flat release, hard throw, it'll track straight at your target.
Any upshots, the fairway is a little tighter and you need more accuracy and precision. This disc is definitely gonna be the one that you wanna go to just because it doesn't go left and right like other discs. So the Ibex is perfect for accuracy and precision. Can't get much better than that.
This is a home run disc from Vibram.
Your 2007 World Champion, Amazing Dog.
Walk in my world with the shadow close behind. Walk with me. Who am I? Always told what I'm supposed to do. Always told what I'm supposed to say. If they only knew they let me be. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to be? What do you want me to be? Wasting time, I stand still. Deep within, I know who I am. Feeling trapped and held down. They want me to feel being strong. I've been confined, I'm taking back my life. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to be? What do you want me to be? What am I supposed to do? above this. Who am I? Yeah.
Your 2007 World Champion.
I'm Ross Brandt. I'm from Minnesota, and I play for Vibram Disc Golf.
Vibram Disc Golf is everything. Disc golf's awesome.
The discs are fantastic. They're the best driving putters I've ever used.
The rubber's great. It lasts forever.
They're really good putting putters.
It's very consistent.
They want the best disc out there.
Vibram's definitely making their mark.
We're here, we're living in this wonderful moment, and we're looking forward.
What Vibram's doing is, pushing everybody else a lot harder to commit to the future like they are.
Well, here we are back, and we're at hole number 6. There's always a backup here, and of course today with the rain, there's no exception. We're through 5 holes right now, and we've got a few tight wooded shots coming up. We're going to get back to the action. Let's get to it. Again, 375 feet. And thousands of raindrops here on hole number 6 today. We've got Dana Vicich on the tee. Dana taking an alternative fairway, getting a very gratuitous kick and managing to both stay inbounds and get most of the way down the fairway. Feldberg is heading straight right. It looks as if it may have hit a tree and kicked even further right. If that is the case, there is no doubt that he is out of bounds and over that rock wall on the right-hand side. And Dutch with a little bit of a slip on the left-hand side hits one of the early trees. He's going to have some work to do. Cale throwing an absolute beautiful shot. It just needs to sit down a little bit. He may or may not have gone out of bounds. That was flipping over to the right. However, it looks like he stayed to the left-hand side of this rock wall.
Hi, I'm Paige Pierce with Prodigy, and this is hole 6 at Maple Hill. It's 375 feet, par 3. It's straight for about 300 feet, and then it kind of goes diagonal to the right for the last 75. If you can see the 2 stumps in the middle, that's what I'm going at. There's water if you fade off to the left, and the rock wall on the right is also OB. So you want to just a straight shot down the gut and hopefully leave yourself with an easy up shot.
Belongings right inside of a hefty bag here. And he has hit off a tree and carried to the left. And somehow after a few kicks off the trees, he has ended up right in the middle of the fairway. He's going to hopefully get up and down from there to still salvage a bogey. Yesterday we saw 3 of these players take 3s, which is considered a very good score here on this hole. Vicich was the only number to not 3 it. He took a 5. However, today he seems to be in best position to take the 3. Right here where Dave Feldberg is, he is lining up to this rock wall, and just behind David Feldberg is actually hole number 2's tee. This is the same wall that lines hole number 2. We see our women competitors. If I'm not mistaken, we have Hannah Leatherman, who had just teed off. Teeing off also will be Colleen Thompson in a moment. Colleen, a Paragon-sponsored professional. Feldberg out and over. He hits off the rock wall and comes inbounds from what we could see. Dave Feldberg gasping as if he were Macaulay Culkin and he was just left home alone. It was very happy to find that he had somehow gotten back inbounds. That is a very risky shot as these players are throwing out over the OB wall on the right-hand side, and if you were not to get back inbounds, they would have to throw from where they were previously. So Dave had a very fortunate break there. Dutch needs that to, and that was the single most straight kick I have ever seen off of a tree. I was fortunate for Dutch that it did not kick to the left, or to the right, excuse me. Otherwise he would have been faced with another stroke and a penalty. He had thrown his in of a pumpkin putter, which seemed to have hit the trees and bounced directly straight back. And with a slightly more faded in of a pumpkin putter, Dutch has approached to within a few feet of the pin. He's going to have to take a double bogey 5. And Cale is taking his 1 meter relief from the wall. He is somewhat dejected after getting a bad break here after it skipped off the wall and out of bounds. And with an absolutely perfect line, Cale comes within a few inches of saving his 3 here on hole number 6. Cale off to somewhat of a rough start here, charting another 4 here on hole number 6. And after all of these other throws, it is now Dana's first chance at throwing his second shot. Looks like he's going to go with a forehand, and he wastes no time doing such. Again, thank you to everyone that has tuned in and is watching our action here today. This is second round coverage of the 2014 Maple Hill Open presented by Vibram. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy. We are nearly 1/3 complete on this second round. And David Feldberg's putt is good. Looks as if Dana Vicich will be carding the only par 3. As I said, he had taken the only above par score yesterday out of all 4 of these card members. So we do see that when Maple Hill giveth, it also taketh away. Cale puts in for his penalty 4. And it seems as if, as usual, there is a backup here on hole 7. What we'll do is we will move over and we'll take a look at a few of the putts that we can find from some of our top ladies players are over on hole 1, which is not too far from hole 6's basket. I believe we see 2012 world champion Sarah Hokum lining up her approach. It's tough to see all of our various ladies all bound up, just like we see most of our men. I believe it looks like we have Liz Dories on the right-hand side. She's going to be left with a putt. Hiding underneath all of the other umbrellas, I believe we also see I'm still trying to... I see one shot that has gone out of bounds. It's been from a previous throw, obviously. And Liz Dory's putt is just short and off the front of the basket. Oh, and I have now figured out, looks like we have Sarah Cunningham also here in this group. I thought I recognized Sarah's father. He is always one of her biggest supporters and at many of her big events. And there you have it. That, I believe, is our second card. Looks as if Liz was the competitor who had thrown out of bounds earlier. And we are going to move over to hole number 7. We'll see what kind of backups our players are waiting on. And then we'll get back to the action. And here in just a moment we are back, and we have a little bit of a hold up, and some of these players have been more than willing or anxious to speak with us. So we're going to move over and we're going to have a quick conversation with Dave. We're on a big hold up anyway. Dave, would brutal be a good word out here?
You know, sorry, the funny thing is the whole season, all the big tournaments, this is the consistent factor. So it feels brutal, but it's almost like it's a lighter day than we faced this year so far.
Yeah, Texas State's, the Memorial, then you guys even travel internationally to Japan,
yeah.
And it's been, I think I hashtagged NT problems or NT weather earlier today.
My opinion has always been, and I don't know if we're there yet, but instead of being stuck on your date, let's start scheduling a tour for good weather like the ball golfers do. And maybe try to chase around the good weather for once, and then we can get the crowds out to enjoy it, and everybody can have a good time, and we can have a success instead of just us out here in the woods. You know?
That's true. I'm not sure how many people would expect necessarily nasty, almost hurricane-like weather on July 4th, but what's been going on out there in the first 6 holes? You're 1/3 of the way through.
You know, it is wet. I'll tell you that, and you know, I keep telling everybody that's in this group we're all friends. You know what I'm saying? Listen, let's get through the front of the 9. If you can get through the front 9 of this course and in the rain, the back 9, it's open, you throw big shots. It's just don't make these huge mistakes on the front 9 and move along. You can take 3s and 4s, but just don't take big numbers and do your best. And once you get to the back 9, it opens up, and you can lay up on a couple of the holes, and you don't look bad. It's the same score everybody else is getting, you know.
Sure.
So.
Now we've seen a few slips. I've seen, I think, a few early releases out of the hands. I've seen a few trees that maybe normally aren't hit. Is there any good way to combat that?
Keep your hand in your pocket. Never lose your oil. It's the finger oils, I say. And people want to use the birdie bag, but maybe use the birdie bag to take the moisture off. But you need to get a grip bag. I don't know what they call them, talcum bag, something like that. And you're going to need that. But the truth is, the moment that you lose it, and a whole career I can tell you this, the moment that you go like this and there's nothing there, even the oils or anything, it's hard to play. It's just like get me off the course as fast as I can because I have no idea where the next shot's going. So.
Well, now you're working for Latitude and with Latitude. Why don't you just make a disc that repels all water? I mean, come on, get on that.
I think that was one I threw on hole 3. It was all beat up on it, and it's real sticky, so maybe that is what they're trying to make, that super grip. But we have those ones with the thumb pads, and I've been using that, and it's actually pretty effective.
Talk to us a little bit about this last hole. It looked as if your drive slipped out of bounds, and then you had we'll say, a pretty exciting second shot. Talk about that.
Well, basically, I didn't want to throw left. That's the trouble, and I kicked right, and I landed in the gap of Gibraltar. We call it just basically throw the hyzer, but it's tricky. There's a lot of leaves there. It's wet, and I threw an extra fast stick, which I thought would carry further, but all it did was dive quicker.
And it dove right into the...
On top of the wall, skipped off the wall, looked like it would be 40 feet long, hit a tree, and it was 14 feet. So, if you keep a positive attitude like I have on the first 5, I haven't been scoring great, but I've been smiling. Mm-hmm. Course is giving it back to me. So we have to do that out here and take the lumps, and you'll see that today I think we'll have a much different, very scoring than last time.
Well, and a penalty 4, or is it a penalty 5?
Penalty 4.
Penalty 4 on hole 6. In this kind of weather and conditions, even in great weather, we could have saw a lot worse. So
yeah,
you can't complain about that.
I'm 1 over on the hole now, and I'm happy. If I finished 1 over on that hole, I'd be stoked.
All right.
Thanks, Terry. I appreciate your work out here in the rain.
Yep. All right. Well, there you have it. That is David Feldberg with Latitude 64. We're just about ready to get to the tee, and these players are ready for more rain. And look at, we are behind the tee on hole number 7. There are plenty of gorgeous ponds out here. Unfortunately, there's a new one forming here behind the tee on hole number 7. We also see the water jugs. Everyone was almost dying of thirst yesterday. It was so hot and humid and muggy and in the 90s. And today, everyone just wants the water and precipitation to go away. We're here. This is hole 7 on the Maple Hill Gold Course, measuring in at 370 feet. You see the pin straight up the middle. The players are really looking for something that goes straight up and does not finish too hard to the left, as they will then be putting back to the right-hand side. And Dana's going to get up and throw very quickly, trying to keep that grip on his disc. And Dana hits something on the right-hand side. However, he gets a very gratuitous kick as it just lands in the middle of the fairway. He'll have a nice backhand approach, or possibly a forehand to approach the pin. And Dave throws a very nice looking shot. And he could have done without the tree hit. However, he will be up there. He'll be able to get up and down, take an easy 3 from there. Cale tells Dutch it's all him homie, if I'm going to be quoting him. And Dutch goes with an unintentional alternate fairway, kicks up a tree, tries to get back to the center. He's got to be happy with that. That carried at least 75 feet further than he was expecting. And Cale gets up and fires, hits on the left-hand side, and Cale's slightly frustrated. All right, the rain is picking up even more so on us. However, we're venturing on. This is hole number 7 at the Maple Hill Gold.
Hi, it's Naved Hasnain. This is hole 7, a 370-foot shot. Just trying to take it right up the middle with my Obex. Oh my God. Hi, it's Naved Hasnain. This is hole 7, a 370-foot shot.
Good. After his tree kick, it looks like it will be Dana throwing first. Dana going for the couch action. It's not just a couch, it's a towel. And Dana throws what looks to be a very nice forehand shot. And the rain intensity has stepped it up yet one more notch out here at this course. Let's see. Cale will be on the left-hand side of the fairway. And Cale setting up for another forehand roller. And after hitting a tree, it still carries on a few feet after that. And Cale, as one of the most positive and upbeat players you will ever find on the disc golf course, seems to be losing a little bit of that, and understandably so, as these conditions have gone from bad to worse. And Dutch may have made it a little bit harder on him than he was hoping for after getting a couple of good kicks on that drive. He hits a tree that is short of the pin. This is going to be Dave's second shot. Dave having the nicest drive in the group. He had kicked off the tree and then went to the left. However, he's still looking just to get up and down to take his par 3 here. Dave has skipped up within a few feet of the pin. And Cale not risking anything here. He gets up and fires. He's going to have to be content with a bogey 4. Dutch gets up and down and will take a par 3. And with a straddle putt from 15 feet, Dana makes good for his par 3 as well.
Go for it, buddy.
Cale giving the go-ahead, as we discussed earlier. Flow of play rules completely in effect. You'll find flow of play to be even more consistent when it's raining or in nasty weather such as this. Players really just want to get up and be able to throw their shot and move on. And Cale with a little frustration taps in here on hole number 7. Again, this weather may be getting to the best of them. We're going to move over to hole number 8. Let's see if Dutch can do what he did yesterday.
Hi there, I'm Steve Dodge, and this is hole 8 at Maple Hill. It's a par 3, 320 feet. One thing you don't want to do is push your disc off to the right, the way the winds want to push it. There's some tough trees over there, and you might be going OB. Hello everybody and welcome to the Vibram Open. Disc golf has been around for 40 plus years. We've grown it, we've worked together, and we're at a point now where this sport is truly about to launch.
Vicich on the tee. And Dana simply underestimating the power or not getting enough flex out of that. He's found himself out of bounds. He'll be moving over to the drop zone. This is Dave Feldberg. Dave Feldberg just barely missing that shot. And Dutch with a little added pressure on hole 8 as he had aced this hole yesterday. Fortunately, looked as if he had slipped a little bit. The disc had slipped right out of his hand. He knew right out of his hand, unfortunately, that it was not going to be enough. Cale Leiviska is drying off a number of discs. Looks like he's going to go with a mid-range by Prodigy. And now he has gone back to the bag. And it looks like he's going to club up to a fairway driver. I've seen this purple fairway driver a number of times by Cale Leiviska over the past few weekends. And yet another switch, he's decided to go to a green driver. And he has pulled it wide to the right, and we are unsure if he was able to stay inbounds or not. And there you have it. Those are our tee shots on hole number 8. Dave Feldberg sitting right next to the basket, and possibly 3 others out of bounds.
Hi there, I'm Steve Dodge, and this is hole 8 at Maple Hill. It's a par 3, 320 feet. It's no woods, it's all water, 310 to clear it. One thing you don't want to do is push your disc off to the right, the way the winds want to push it. There's some tough trees over there, and you might be going OB.
The reflex chain on the Mach-X connects 3 separate strands of chain together at an angle, designed to redirect discs into the basket. The unique recoil chain design fuses chain elements together near the base of the chain, absorbing the disc's energy while maintaining the proper amount of tension on the outer chain to catch even the most errant putts.
And Dutch is with a jump putt. Cale does the same and nearly puts it in. However, just before Cale threw, he called provisional, unsure if his drive was in fact out of bounds or not. So, one very smart play is to simply call a provisional shot. If you're unsure as to the ruling of what may happen on a hole, you may declare a provisional and throw from both situations. So now he'll find out if he was in fact inbounds or not. And it looks as if Cale may be catching a break here, because it seems as if he was actually in bounds. So his provisional shot from the drop zone will in fact be negated. He will not receive any penalties, nor will that count toward his score. However, he may be challenged with a very difficult line to the basket. And he is still not seeing it. This is a rare opportunity for Cale to be searching around in the woods or in the shul. Normally he's throwing near perfect shots, so I can understand if he's being challenged here by actually having to look for his disc. And the spotter thought she had an eye on it, and it seems as if there is. All right, and we are good to go. We're going to back up, try and get in position. We're going to move back behind the pin. Cale in a very challenging spot. We may not even be able to see exactly how deep he is. In fact, as he picked up his provisional throw, he said, "I wish I was in fact OB." So that tells you just how bad his shot is. He would have otherwise been taking a 4, and now he's going to have to play from down on the side of the embankment, and he doesn't have a real good looking line at the basket from there. See some trees and brush rustling around. It looks as if he's getting into position. Cale has approached to within 5 feet of the pin. We'll back up just a few feet as Dave Feldberg is left with less than 12 feet for his birdie opportunity. And Feldberg taps in. Dutch taps in for his bogey 4, as does Dana Vicich. And Cale getting tricky, throwing in a lefty putt along with the umbrella in the other hand. Now he's getting down to business, folks. Alright, we're going to stand down for just a moment. Looks as if we have a group still playing hole number 9. In fact, what we'll do is we'll move just behind the basket here on hole number 8. We'll see if we can get the shots from some of the ladies. And as you can see, a collection of helpers here, also out on hole number 8. And Dana confirming that his disc is unfortunately unretrievable at the moment. Looks like our 150 card, including Paul Macbeth and others, has not even teed off here on hole 9, so we're going to stand just behind the pin on hole 8. We're going to take in a little bit of the ladies card that will be teeing off here. They play from a shorter tee on this hole. I believe there are 5 total holes out here at the Maple Hill Gold Course where the ladies play from shorter tees, this being one of them. We hope you're enjoying our live coverage here, brought to you by SmashBoxxTV. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We are almost 1/2 of the way through this second round, and it has thus far been pretty wet. The rain has lightened up in the last few minutes. We can just keep our fingers crossed that that remains. And we know if you're tuned in and watching, whether it's from a mobile device, at your computer, from a Roku, from your Nintendo Wii, or any other device, we're glad that you're along with us today, staying drier and warmer than we are. Please go out and like, share, tweet, Instagram, whatever you need to do. Please go ahead and help us spread the word of disc golf and our live coverage. We want as many people taking in the action as we can possibly handle. Got a beautiful looking drive coming in, just needs to stay clear of the tree, and very nicely placed within 15 feet of the pin. I believe we have Kit in the New Jersey area. And safe, and on the right hand side, I apologize, she is actually up now. It was the longer socks that threw me off. I thought there was a patent or trademark on the long socks, and unfortunately just a bit short. And as you can see, we have just 3 women teeing off. Some of our groups of women were just threesomes. A few of the men's groups this morning were also threesomes. And we will have a few approach shots here coming in from the drop zone. I should say just one to be exact. And while we stand here and wait for our approach from this drop zone, we're going to catch up with one Dana Vicich. Dana, we have completed 8 holes, and well, we've seen a good mixture of weather out here and scores. What are you thinking?
Quite a mixture of good breaks as well, and a few bad ones.
Yeah, we have seen some very good breaks and some bad ones. We saw Dave Feldberg hit it off the rock wall back on hole 6. And speaking of good breaks, there's a good break. She had hit the tree and was looking to go OB, and it actually kicked her back into the fairway. What can the players do about this weather, if anything?
Just try to stick to your routine as much as possible, and throw the shots that you feel most comfortable with. It might not be your normal shot on that particular hole, but pick out the shot, see it, and throw it, and try to stick to your routine.
Yeah, you came up a little bit short on your tee shot here on 8, and what happened? Did you just underthrow it, or did you slip?
No, it was thrower error. Off the hand, I thought it was pretty good, but then the nose got pushed down a little bit, and rather than glide out, it kind of nose dived about 15 short. So that was a little unfortunate because it's a hole where you want to score at the worst take a 3. So it goes.
Well, I trust that as we jump over to the back 9, you'll keep positive, and we look forward to you to tearing up the back 9. And I know that's what lots of people were doing yesterday, and I'm sure that's what a handful of you are thinking about doing today.
Well, you better believe it.
And a very nice putt by Kit Bassett. As I said earlier, I was thrown off by the socks from one of her card members. And we have a birdie opportunity here. And Mach X grabbing it from the left side. That is good for birdie here on hole number 8. And a tap in. Alright, we will stand down for just a few moments. We're going to move over behind the tee on hole number 9. And you're watching SmashBoxxTV. I'm Chairman of the Disc Golf Guy. This is second round coverage of the 2014 Maple Hill Open.
My name's Aaron Doyle. We're on hole 9, 420 feet, par 4. What you want to do is throw a drive up here on the crest of the hill and then throw it down and get the easy birdie.
This is the Ascent. The Ascent.
The Ascent.
It's Vibram's
first driver.
It's our stable, able to overstable fairway driver.
Super stable. Love this disc.
Got a nice beveled edge here. It's a very fast flyer, has minimal glide with a nice, consistent, reliable fade at the end.
If you've got a lot of wind, she'll always be stable for you.
Loves a headwind, loves a lot of power. You've got a lot of power. This is the disc for you.
It's not going to flip on you. It's a great disc and very forgiving.
It goes where you put it consistently. And do that all 2 more times.
It's all about practice, preparation, and routine. Approaching the tee shot, I always line up my shot and check the wind direction. Always take into consideration the trees that are out there and the out of bounds that are marked off. I try to keep everything slow on my run up and build momentum as I get to the end of the tee pad. Trust your shot, believe in yourself, let the disc do the work. Legacy disc. Play with confidence.
The Mach X features a unified chain assembly connecting both layers of chain to a single point. The soft outer chain slows the disc on impact, while the high-tension X-pattern inner chains stop all forward momentum, securing the putt. With 40 unified strands of chain, the Mach X is the evolution of disc golf.
Achieving greatness requires hundreds of days of preparation, which is why the people at Vibram have worked for over 3 years to make their first ever distance driver the longest and straightest in the game. Introducing the new Vibram Lace, helping you achieve your greatness.
Double.
Welcome back, everyone, as we are walking up the tee here on hole number 9, I should say the fairway. We just watched 4 pretty solid drives by this leader card. You may have heard me say that not only is it challenging to throw this hole very straight, but you also need it to land nice and flat. If you're a right-handed player, you do not want it to hyzer out to the left-hand side. And Dave, a very seasoned professional and a player that's used to being on camera, helping a little bit, giving us some direction as to what he's going to be doing and where he's going to be throwing to. And Dave is hoping that he's safe by 1 foot. He said he was in fact just really trying to lay up his shot. Looks like he had thrown a little bit harder than he was hoping for. As I said, landing straight is an absolute premium here on hole 9. Looks like Dutch's shot has done just that. Oh, and he has hit the island side of the fairway, but then kicked back into the out of bounds. He will be able to play it from there, as it looks as if he had crossed the line for the OB. Keep in mind, anytime you throw out of bounds, you typically have to throw your next shot from wherever you were last in bounds. So Dutch will be able to take it from the other side of that island where he had crossed. And Dana with a very precarious stance here. He's going to throw with his back to the hole, throwing downhill and a slight anhyzer. This is going to require a good balance. And with just a little bit more than he had hoped, it was a beautiful flight path. Very tough to control from this distance, but very nice shot by Dana Vicich. And Cale Leiviska is going to sacrifice a dry knee to pull this next shot off. Looking for it just to sit, and it has done so. Cale may be carding a 3 here, which many would consider a birdie. Throughout the last few years, this hole has been highly contested as to whether it should be deemed a par 3 or a par 4. Regardless, every player here is just hoping to really score a 3 on this hole, as it is very challenging.
That's what I wanted. That's what I was hoping for. Outside the circle, Jeremy? What do you think? I believe it is. I think it is. I just don't have no way to walk it. Can I get a set up on that from somebody?
Dave trying to confirm as if he is at least 33 feet from the pin. And he is just barely in bounds. This is giving him a great opportunity just to get up and down and possibly walk off this hole with a 3. And again, the Mach X grabs Dave's putt. Very nice, just a little bit on the left-hand side, however, a very solid putt by Feldberg.
What do you say, Dave? Like, do I play from that side?
He hit above the wood, didn't he? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, as I had mentioned earlier, I thought Dave had gotten past that line. Correction, Dutch had gotten past the line. I believe that he did so. Of course, I am no official spotter or hold any official capacity here, as I'm watching the action as you guys, but it looked like he had definitely crossed that out of bounds line. So he will be able to take it from there. In fact, he will get 3 feet in, or roughly 1 meter in, even from that out of bounds line. And in this case, it will bring him closer to the basket. That does not happen that often, but in this case, he will be able to take, like I said, 1 meter closer to the basket to throw his next putt with penalty. And Dana is just a little bit high. He was fully extended on that shadow putt, and he was just a bit high. Dana will also be able to again bring in 1 meter. He'll be able to bring it in 1 meter from that out of bounds line, as Dutch just did. And Dutch makes good. Dana's looking to card a bogey 5, or double bogey 5, depending on what you're deeming this hole. I believe it is listed as a par 3. Oh, correction, thank you. I have been corrected. Dana did not go out of bounds. I don't know why I thought that he had. Dana was tapping in for his 4. I'd like to welcome all our Dynamite fans. I know there are thousands of them out there. We hope that you guys are enjoying all the action. As Cale taps in for his 3. Again, a solid 3. That is hole 9. These players will move over to the challenging 10. We're going to catch you at the turn on hole number 10.
This is the Vibram Soul. This is their new putter.
You seem to get excited when you pick that up. Tell me why.
Because this is the new putter. This is the putting putter.
It's Vibram's first traditional putting putter. Some of the players on our team asked for a putter that had more of a rounded shoulder and less of a flat top. The Soul was the answer to those players.
This is for a pure putt. The putting characteristics are phenomenal. They go straight, it doesn't rise on you, it just stays flat, just above the basket where you want it.
The Soul is a stable, comfortable flyer. You can put power on it, which it'll handle.
The flight characteristics is phenomenal off the tee. It has great glide.
Gave it a little bit of a beefy shoulder for extra durability.
The wing is nice and small, so you can get your hands around it as well for accuracy and precision, just like the new Ibex. This thing is going to go in, and it's going to stay in, which is what I'm looking forward to.
Hey there, I'm Steve Dodge. Welcome to hole 10 at Maple Hill. This is a 520-foot par 4. Your first shot is the first part of the dog leg. It's probably about a 250-foot shot to this landing zone. That leaves you about 300 feet going up to the castle. It's going to play much more than that because you got about 20-foot rise in elevation. This is the first hole of what we call Amen Corner at Maple Hill when we're trying to talk in really long sentences.
Run-upper stance. I talked about it yesterday that this hole is very challenging simply because it's a 2-shot hole. You really need to throw to a landing zone. And even more challenging than that, you then have a 300-foot uphill shot, and it's very likely that you're going to have an awkward stance when doing so. You may have a tree or a root or a stump in your way, or even if it's completely wide open, you may have a rock or something else you need to contend with. So this is a very challenging shot, especially for their second shots. Cale going with a nice high fading anhyzer. And again, he has set himself up and is looking nicely at the basket. However, he's going to have a challenging run-up. However, not too bad. So we'll see what he can do with there. Dana's shot comes in and is approximately 15 feet closer to the basket than Cale's. He looks to have pretty good footing from where he's at. And Dutch Dutch skirts through the trees and unfortunately has gone longer than he had hoped for. He may have a run up and then a somewhat of a hyzer line at the basket from where he's at. However, all four of our players threw clean shots, and all four of them will have the opportunity to get up and down and possibly card a birdie 3. Dave's going to go ahead and mark his slide with a mini. Dave has to be very conscientious of where he's going to be throwing and how his arm's going to come through. And from his practice run up there, he's going to have somewhat of a horizontal sliding approach here at this mark, and it's going to be a very challenging shot. He's going to have to do everything to keep his balance and not have this thing fade to the left. And that was about as perfect of a throw as someone could make from where he was. Dave gives the one clap, and with the position he was in, and I was watching his foot placement, it landed literally within 4 inches directly behind the mini, which is perfectly legal, and he executed that as a true world champion would. Dave and Dutch and his sponsor Hefty digging in to see what they could, and maybe he's going for the Santa Claus approach, seeing what kind of gifts or presents he has inside there. And as I said, Dutch is going to have somewhat of a hyzer line at this basket. He's going to need to throw it very hard to get up the hill. And with not much run up, he is up and to the right. Not quite as much hyzer as he needed. Cale looks to have really good footing from where he's at. And Cale has thrown an absolutely gorgeous shot right up to the castle's edge. Very nice shot by Cale Leiviska. And Dana going with a standstill approach, unfortunately has carried it off into the left. And I did not see that come down from the trees. Measuring from where he's at, it is approximately only 240 feet to the basket. However, with the elevation, that plays more than 300 feet up this hill. All right, it looks as if Dana's shot did come down. I do not believe they play the 2-meter penalty rule here regardless, so it wouldn't have impacted his score. However, he is on the left-hand side. He's got a little bit of work to do. And Dana spending a little bit of time to make sure that he's got a nice, good, firm grip on his putter. And throwing a nearly perfect shot. He is up and on the inside ledge of the castle. And Dutch's shot from the right-hand side of the fairway hits off the castle's edge. It's actually going to have a little bit of an awkward stance, although he is only 6 to 10 feet from the pin. That ledge will come into play. This will be Feldberg for his birdie 3 attempt. There's a little bit of wind passing from the right to left, almost in his face. And right into the heart of the chains, Dave Feldberg makes good on his birdie opportunity. And in just a few moments after this hole, we will stand down for an equipment break after Dutch puts in on the turbo putt. And Cale Leiviska looking to do the same as Dave Feldberg in taking a birdie 3. And Cale makes good. Dana will tap in, taking a par 4. And there we are. We are on top of the Maple Hill Gold Course. We are up to the old Cutler Place. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. Like I said, we are there on top of the Cutler Place through 10 holes. We'll be back with you in a few moments.
What is like the thing that tells you the disc is done? When you like, now this is ready?
When he puts it in his bag. He says that. When he puts it in his bag, it's ready. Yeah, we kind of throw it, test the different runs, and go with what's flying the best, most consistent. We can go up and down with different weights to change the flights and do different stuff as we're testing them. You know, different colors matter also. So. About 8 grams difference. We made and designed the mold to do a specific thing. So we're out there testing the mold, testing the plastics to make sure that's how we design the disc so it can fly the way we want to.
Daddy, why do they make tires out of rubber?
Rubber offers the best combination of grip and durability, leading to the best golf discs on the market.
Daddy, don't you mean tires?
Available at these and other select stores.
The Mach-X's M-Link system takes basket performance to a new level, allowing for more outer chains without the excess weight. Outfitted with the new Trapper Basket 2 technology, the Mach-X has a 10-inch deep tray with additional support railing, eliminating bounce outs.
This is our second putter, the Summit.
It's a fast, understable putter. The edges are rounded, real nice, so it fits perfectly in your hand.
Very shallow for a good natural release. Micro bead on the bottom.
It's giving you that feeling of accuracy and precision like every other disc that they have. I love these with a tailwind. Tailwind putts, they just ride straight. They just follow the wind.
It's a good driving putter for those controlled finesse shots.
Well, it's got a great glide to it. It's very consistent.
It holds a nice Annie line, or you can put it on a hyzer and give it a nice hyzer flip up. It'll hold a nice straight line.
And it will get there quick. You don't have to put a lot of energy on it. These things can fly forever. It's just phenomenal.
The Summit does not like the wind, but it does like beginners.
It is the opposite of the VP.
My favorite, the VP.
It's our big beefy putter, very thick wing. It's got a nice flat top. It can handle a lot of power off the tee. It's got a big bead, the biggest bead of any of our putters. Loves the wind.
Good for putting in a headwind. Great upshot disc. Anyone that wants to be able to throw into a headwind or just feel comfortable and confident about any upshot, the VP is definitely going to be a go-to. These are superb. You never have to worry about it elevating off into the distance, and you don't have to worry about it flipping over. You can do pretty much anything inside 250 feet. Sidearm, backhand, Tommies, you have to try it. You'll know after the first throw what it does. If you want something more stable, go with the VP. If you want something less stable, go with the Summit. And in between, you got the Ridge. And the sole for putting. You couldn't ask for more.
I'm the Disc Golf Guy, and this is my video blog. Today I had the amazing experience of visiting the Vibram factory to see how Vibram disc golf discs are produced. Let's catch up with Steve Dodge so he can explain the process.
First we drop the rubber and all of the chemicals into the Banbury. After the Banbury mixes them up for 5 to 8 minutes, making sure all the rubber is fully homogenized. It comes out of the bottom of the Banbury where it's worked on the mill for the final homogenization. The next day, the material is ready to be extruded into biscuits. First we'll put it on the breakdown mill where we'll get it back up to temperature. Once it's warmed up, we'll send it across the conveyor belt to the feed mill. Once it's on the feed mill, we wait until it's at the right thickness. When it's the right thickness, we'll send the strips of rubber into the extruder. At the extruder, we chop the biscuits up into the designated weight. They check the weight of every 7th biscuit to make sure it's accurate. The biscuits get cooled down quickly in the water bath and then sent down so they're cool enough so that humans can touch them and load them onto the racks. It goes around this circular device, makes it cool enough so humans can put it on the racks. The biscuits are then weighed so that they will come out the right weight when they're out of the mold. The label is put into the mold. The biscuits are put on top of the label. The press closes. 10 minutes later, the press opens, and we've got ourselves a disc.
The flashing is ripped off, the disc is trimmed, it's put in the storage box and shipped to your local store. Then it's hucked and goes into the basket every time. And then you pull it out of the basket and you have everybody sign it because you got an ace with it, and they all owe you $5. You've already made money. Welcome to Vibram Disc Golf.
Buried Under Comics, where the walls are made of awesome. Located in Manchester, Connecticut. 860-643-7295.
What you say is what you get. This fast exhibit. What you say is what you get. This fast exhibit. This is not a test of ours. Regress. This is not a test of ours. Regress. What you say is what you get. This fast exhibit. What you say is what you get. This fast exhibit. Let the brewers blow. We're the ring with the master roll. Let the brewers blow. We're gonna coming at you loud, going on boss feature. This information and I guarantee that what you're viewing is a real thing, 100% genuine from the top. Priorities here, no limitations here, just straight from the heart. Groove and dance from the one town at E-Hots, from beginning to end. This is not a test, it's about what you feel. We'll take care of the ride. What you say is what you get. This fast exhibit. What you say is what you get. This fast exhibit. Let the brewers blow. We're ready for the master ride. Let the brewers blow. We're gonna pour. Here we go again, still to the sound of the noise that we're made by any crowd. Make no mistakes about it, gonna have some fun. Feel the groove, watch 'em move, 'cause the rivers be gone. It's about feeling good, it's about feeling free. Not about all the outside wannabes. Pick it up, man, love it on the heart and soul. This is our rendition of the master rock.
Buried Under Comics, where the walls are made of awesome. Located in Manchester. And Barry Schultz. Chris Sprague for par. He will be losing one stroke and maybe two if Barry Schultz hits this birdie putt. Barry Schultz on the tee of hole 12, now leading by 2. That's a big drive from Barry. Fades left a bit early. Chris Sprague now on the tee. A low line drive, a short line drive. He's got a pretty big up and down to try to save par. Here's his second shot. Nice and easy. He's got about 15 feet for par. Barry Schultz has no look. Does a hammer. Gets plenty close enough. Here's Chris Sprague for par. Barry Schultz hits his par, and with 6 holes to play, has a 2-stroke lead over Chris Sprague. That drive fades left a bit early, dies a bit fast. He's left himself with about 30 feet for birdie on hole 13. Chris Sprague now. Whoa, that's quite a pull. Very strong to the hole. Flies about 35 feet past, cuts left into the woods. He's got about a 70-footer for birdie. I'll call that a par. Barry Schultz now to take a 3-stroke lead. Off the top of the basket. Barry has missed an opportunity to grow the lead to 3. We go to hole 14. Barry Schultz leading by 2. It's a little low. Heiser's a little late. Barry is out of bounds on his drive on hole 14. This could be the most important drive of the tournament for Chris Sprague. With a birdie here, he could produce a 2-stroke swing and be tied with Barry Schultz with 4 to play. He's got a shot at birdie. We go to Barry Schultz's 3rd shot, including the OB. All he can do is hammer out of the woods and make a run, and oh, very nice out for Barry Schultz. And here's Chris Sprague to tie for the lead. And now Barry Schultz to tie Chris Sprague for the lead. The lead he's held the entire tournament. We have a new leader, folks. Chris Sprague on the tee of hole 15. He posed that drive a little right. Oh, nice kick out. Barry Schultz now trailing Chris Sprague by 1. It's a nice drive. Fades a bit left. Unfortunate kick off the root of that tree. Chris Sprague, 50 feet for birdie. Oh, hits the basket. And now Barry Schultz with a chance to tie. On to hole 16. Chris Sprague leading by 1.
Let's see who we have on this group right now. Because what we'll do is I'd like to do an interview with Jeff right before. Oh, this is perfect. We'll do an interview with Jeff, and then we'll cut to them playing this whole live.
We're gonna go down there and cover it?
No, I think our signal sucks down there. So we'll yeah. Jeff's right here. There he is. Yeah. That sound good?
Interview and then
as soon as we're done doing the interview, hopefully we're timed pretty well with these guys.
Coming back up, you mean?
Coming up, and then we'll get their tee shots, and then maybe we'll follow them. Oh, that's the second card.
not all fairways finish left, and we can't all throw with pro power. So Vibram has designed an understable distance driver that is perfect for beginners or advanced players looking for amazing anhyzer finishes. Introducing the Unlace from Vibram. Durability, grip, performance.
I'm AJ Risley, and this is the Gauge. With its reliable straight flight and its excessive amount of glide, the Gauge is perfect for players of all skill levels.
Hey, Drew. Welcome back to our second round coverage of the Maple Hill Open presented by Vibram. I'm joined here somewhat, if we don't poke each other's eyes out, by Jeff Spring. And Jeff, you're here at the Maple Hill Gold Course, and it's a majestic place to be, but tell us what you got going on.
Well, I run a course up at Smuggler's Notch Resort in Vermont, and it's called Brewster Ridge. We've got 27 holes. It's championship golf. We've got an A-tier scheduled for September 19th through 21st, and we're looking to bring some top pros there this year. We had a good turnout last year with Ricky Wysocki, Steve Brinster, Avery Jenkins, Nate Doss, Nicola Castro, and we're looking to get that field to expand.
I've heard of most of those guys. They seem pretty good. So 27 holes, and are all 27 holes played in competition, or is it 18 that are championship, or all 27 holes ready to go for our top players?
Well, last year we played all 27 in a couple different configurations. This year we're going to play all 27 again, but focus a little bit more on the Brewster Ridge 18. The 9-hole edition is called Fox Run, and it's a little bit more open, meadowy, a little bit more OB, reminiscent of the ropes at Winthrop in the USDGC. But I think we'll mix it up. I haven't decided on the final format. We're about 3 months out, and I think we'll announce about a month out what the format will be.
And I believe you said yesterday that you had some pretty serious added cash and to try and attract some of these top pros. What's all going on there?
Yeah, that's right. We have been lucky to have some great sponsors. Fiddlehead Brewery in Vermont out of Shelburne has been our lead sponsor for a couple years here. And Wyndham Resorts is actually a partner of Smuggler's Notch, who and both organizations are adding cash. And then we've got a lot of local support as well. And, we'll be announcing more and more sponsors as we get there. But we've got about 8,000 added right now. And so it should be a good event and hopefully a strong field.
Well, I would say so. With 8,000 added up in Vermont in September, it really sounds like a place we need to be at. What about maybe we could have a conversation about even live broadcasting? How's your signal up there?
Well, the governor up there has made it a point to have strong broadband connection, so we're doing pretty good. So we'd love to have you up. It's peak foliage right around the event, so there's going to be red, orange, yellow, beautiful colors in the mountain. So it would be a great event to broadcast, and we would certainly welcome the entire SmashBoxxTV family.
All right, well, players want to see green, not only green money, but green flags when they're throwing near OB. So a plethora of colors up there that I'm sure everyone can look forward to. Well, that is Jeff Spring with Smuggler's Notch Resort up in Vermont. Sounds like a beautiful place and a place that our top players need to be at. And we'll continue conversations about SmashBoxxTV being there to bring you some of that hot action. For now, we're going to move over here. We're on the top of hole number 13. We're going to get back to these players as a little bit of a backup. We're going to get back to the action right now. You're watching the 2014 Maple Hill Open Day 2 coverage. I'm Terry Miller, Disc Golf Guy. Let's get to it.
Thanks, sir.
And as you are watching now, we're seeing a few of the putts and final shots taking place down here on hole 13. We're actually going to have a couple hole backup. I see Drew Gibson along with a few other players. I believe that was the 140 tee time. meaning that we have Paul Macbeth and the rest of his card on the 150 time, and then the 2 o'clock leader card is behind them. So as you can see, things have slowed down out here a little bit as these players are waiting up here on hole number 13. We got our amazing feedback and criticism and constructive commentary and everything else yesterday, so we thank you for all of that. We have realized that holes 11 and 12 are very challenging on our signal to be able to bring you this live broadcasting. So for now, we're going to hang out here on holes 10, 13, and 14. We want to provide you with the best possible signal that we can. And we heard a monster grunt coming back from our leader card off the tee on hole 12. And I'd like to also take a moment to thank Jeff Spring and Smuggler's Notch Resort. I spoke with Jeff just yesterday regarding his event and his property, and by what he just told us as well just now, sounds like an amazing place to be. I also like to say that SmashBoxxTV is both honored and proud to be here as part of the 2014 Maple Hill Open. We have been broadcasting just a number of times throughout this 2014 season. Very heavily hit the circuit to get practiced and dialed in during the month of April, visiting the Silmar Open, the Bowling Green Amateur Championships, as well as the Minnesota Amateur Disc Golf Championships and the Rumble held in the Quad Cities. So we have now broadcast successfully 5 times in 6 different states. And we are live on the tee. Here is hole number 13. Very nice looking shot by Jay. And Drew Gibson just looking to get a good grip on his Champion Edition Eagle. And Drew getting a little too much hyzer flip, so to speak, carrying up into the right. Actually, somewhat surprised with his power that Drew doesn't throw mid-range here. Looking for a few come out of it and kick left, unfortunately just a bit short. 4th on the tee, Paragon sponsored player Paul Ullman. Paul needs a little flip up and is not going to get it. Looks like he was throwing a mid-range, possibly a Champion Rock of sorts. And we are going to go ahead and follow this card down. We're going to watch them throw their approach shots and check out some more of the action. Again, our leader card is playing hole 12. And we will be able to give you a few different angles here on both 13 and possibly hole 14. So as I was saying earlier, if you are interested in having live disc golf coverage at your event, please go ahead and contact me, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We can discuss the needs of your event and broadcasting it live to the internet. Also immediately archived for everyone's viewing pleasure. We've got to thank our amazing supporters and sponsors that have helped us out along the way with our live broadcasting, including Legacy Discs, who tell you to play with confidence, as well as Vibram Disc Golf, Sandy Point Resort and Disc Golf Ranch in northern Wisconsin, and aerial footage and continued support from Miles Parkhill over at Paragon Disc Golf. Miles, one of the most helpful ambassadors and players in the entire sport of disc golf. So thank you to everyone that has supported us. We hope that you're liking the live coverage this weekend and beyond. Please like, share, tweet, follow, do anything you can to get the word of SmashBoxxTV to bring you live disc golf. Looks like there's a slight holdup on hole 14, as if a player had gone inbounds, had landed inbounds somehow off the tee, but a very awkward shot for them. We're off on the right hand side of the fairway. Oh, and coming in hard.
Yep.
We have the young gun, Drew Gibson, off on the right hand side of the fairway. Looks like he's going to be laying up, looking just to take his three. And the birdie putt is good from 36 feet. Statistically, I've heard this is one of the most difficult par 3s to birdie here at the Maple Hill Gold Course. And Drew's putt from below the basket gives a wave to everyone at home. Drew's going to have to settle for a par 3. Another solid putt, and Paul Ullman will be tapping in. And Drew is confirming that what I said actually off the tee is that I would expect him to throw a mid-range, and instead he threw his champion eagle. We're going to move up to hole 14. We're going to watch these guys tee on the beautiful hole 14 gold tee here at Maple Hill.
I'm Ross Brandt. I'm from Minnesota, and I play for Vibram Disc Golf.
Vibram Disc Golf is everything. Disc golf's awesome. The
discs are fantastic. They're the best driving putters I've ever used.
The rubber's great. It lasts forever.
They're really good putting putters.
It's very consistent.
They want the best disc out there.
Vibram's definitely making their mark.
We're here, we're living in this wonderful moment, and we're looking forward.
What Vibram's doing is, pushing everybody else a lot harder to commit to the future like they are.
This is our second putter, the Summit.
It's a fast, understable putter. The edges are rounded, real nice, so it fits perfectly in your hand.
Very shallow for a good natural release. Micro bead on the bottom.
It's giving you that feeling of accuracy and precision like every other disc that they have. I love these with a tailwind. Tailwind putts, they just ride straight. They just follow the wind.
It's a good driving putter for those controlled finesse shots.
Well, it's got a great glide to it. It's very consistent.
It holds a nice ante line, or you can put it on a high.
And we are here out and over the water on hole number 14 and has carried off into the left. Some of you and Paul's is going to be landing on the left hand side. It is safe, however he's going to have to just get up and down and looking to take a par 3 there. Let's go get up there. Alright, we are going to move down from the tee pad here back down to some of the approaches and putts on 14. If we can get over there in time, we will see the previous group wrap up that hole, and then we'll come back up and give you some more tee shots here from the beautiful hole number 14. And as you can see, we've actually just reversed back down the fairway, or I should say the walking path. Looks like we have Matty O lining up his putt on the left-hand side. Oh, and off the left side of the basket, inside rim on the left side. You can also see Macbeth. Ooh, see if we can get in a little bit better position. Looks like Macbeth is just below the basket on the right-hand side. Macbeth not getting off to the start he had hoped for by throwing out of bounds on his first shot. some way or another, the DGA Mach X comes through again and brings that disc back into the basket. He had skipped low off the tray into the chain, and it looked like it was about to head back out. Instead, the chains grabbed it and pulled it back in. I believe that was Joe Revere, who had looked to have capitalized on a birdie opportunity. Oram taps in, as does Josh Childs. We are going to reverse and head yet back up to hole 14's tee. We'll watch this group throw their tee shots. And we're going to make our way back up to 14's tee. Paul, we just wanted to confirm as we're walking up to 14, was that putt for birdie? I'm going to guess it was.
Yeah, it's my first two of the day. Third two of the day, sorry.
It must be nice when you confuse just how many twos you have. That didn't look like it was going to go in from our vantage point, but did that DGA Mach X grab it and pull it back in for you?
No, I've actually hit the cage, I think, on my last 8 putts. So that one was finally snuck over, I think, because you arrived.
Well, good to know that somehow it can be somewhat of a good luck charm to you, and we're going to watch you guys tee off on hole 14. Good luck.
Thanks. Thank you. That put me over. I have more 2s and 6s.
And Paul Macbeth informing us he now has more 2s than 6s. That's usually the right side of the equation you'd like to be on. I believe he said that was his third 2, which, again, I'm not a math major, but I'm going to guess that means he has 2 6s. I believe hole 1 was one of the opening 6s that he had taken. And again, we have caught up here with our 150 card. Paul Macbeth is going to be on the tee. I know Paul's got plenty of watchers and excited viewers that are back home. I'd like to say hello to Jennifer and everyone else. Again, the rain continues to come down. I would say it's in a medium capacity at the moment. We've seen harder rain, and we've also seen softer rain, so and Paul Macbeth gets a little wind lift. He's going to need a major skip, and unfortunately it hits off the water. It does hit the side of the embankment. I do believe that regardless of where you land, if you're out of bounds on this hole, you go to the drop zone. And Josh Childs has a very good looking angle at this and gets a little bit of a skip. He's going to be inbounds, and he may even have a decent angle here for him to go ahead and run out a birdie putt. Team in of a player, Joe Revere. Joe's coming in a little bit high. I think that's going to stop quickly, and it does just that. And last but not least, we have Matty O on the tee. Just waiting for Matty to get set and get ready. As he was walking up to the tented area here on the tee at 14, somehow most of his discs had fallen out of his bag and had rolled onto the ground, so he's just making sure that he's all dry and ready to go. Oh, and Matty O has hit the log, which normally prevents you from rolling. I'm not going to blame Dave, the course maintenance manager, on that, because normally that saves strokes, and unfortunately for Matty O, that is going to cost him strokes. I had learned earlier that Dave had set those logs there to prevent rollaways when players were putting, so that not every missed putt would roll straight into the water. And right now Matty O is wishing that that log was not there. And we are going to again head backward. 13's putting green. We see our leader card is descending onto the hole as well. This hole 13 and 14 interchange allows for us to go back and forth. And just as we walk down the hill into the slightly more wooded area, the rain comes down twice as fierce. We are over here on the green of hole number 13. We've got Dana Vicich. Looks like he has a straddle putt. We're going just short of the basket. We see Cale Leiviska. He's in nearly the same place as Drew Gibson, and as well he makes good, just as Drew did. And Dave Feldberg also looking to capitalize on his birdie opportunity, as Cale just did. Cale also has a large fan base at home watching and tuned in. We'd like to thank everyone for supporting us and tuning in to watch our best players here on SmashBoxxTV. Dana, and here we, and Dana's making his way out of this green. So as I said, we are catching up here with Dana. Dana, we're now a little more than 2/3 of the way through the course. What is going on out here?
From my end, there's quite a few bad shots, a couple good ones, then followed by a poor up shot. I haven't been able to score on these par 4s, and actually carded a bogey 5 on number 12, so kind of a tough little stretch for me here.
All right, we know you're going to get it together here. We've got a few very birdieable holes actually to finish out this course. Do you think we're going to get in, get the entire round in, or is there still that chance of lightning that could call us off?
Nah, I think we're just in for steady rain and no severe weather. At least that's what I'm hoping for.
All right, well, your wife will be out there playing when you're in the clubhouse today. Any words of encouragement for her?
Oh, I'm praying for her right now. It's probably tough for her out there now.
Good luck, Ash.
And there you have it. Dana's wife, Ashley, not as seasoned or veteran of a inclement weather player as Dana is. Hopefully she's having a go at it and is able to survive. As you can possibly see off in the distance, the disc gator doing its work. I'm a very proud distributor of the disc gator, as it is an unbelievable tool and an asset for anyone to have, able to help you retrieve discs not only from water but also from trees or other places, possibly a thorn bush or over a fence or on top of a roof. The disc gator is truly an amazing asset to have out on the course. Well, you continue to watch the 150 group retrieve their discs and do some action down there on the green. We're going to catch up with Cale and talk a little bit of what's going on. You finally lost the jacket. Is it just because you were it got too wet?
Yeah, jacket was more soaking up the rain than repelling it. It's been a tough round. We figured we got about 4 or 5 holes left. It's gonna be nice the rest of the weekend. So just trying to get through it.
Just trying to get through it. We know that we have some scoring opportunities here in these last few holes, and we've seen that you've kept a pretty positive attitude throughout. I know you're always great at that. You've got a lot of love and support out there and fan base. Anything you want to say to everyone?
Yeah, I'd love to say hi to everyone in Minnesota. Usually I do keep my cool. I've lost a couple times today, but I am trying. But what's up, Minnesota? I'll see you guys next week. Hey, Mom.
And there you have it. The ever so adorable shout out to Mom. Very nice by Cale Leiviska. We've got 2008 World Champ Dave Feldberg on the tee. And that looks like it's going to get more than left enough. Dave does a little dance and gets a very favorable stop, so to speak. We actually watched Dave from about 30-35 feet yesterday. Looked to be in a similar spot, and he went for the putt, and it just hit off the front of the basket, coming up just a bit short. So Dave's going to have a chance to make up for yesterday's missed putt. These players need to be careful, because if they're
People at Vibram have worked for over 3 years.
I like that shot. Loved it. Getting a little love from Cale Leiviska.
Boy. Yeah. Get up. Come on. Get up. Get up. Yeah.
And with a nearly perfect shot, Dutch Napier has put himself within 15 feet of the basket. Very nice looking shot. We've got 3 possible birdie opportunities. Dana is looking to get up and down to save his bogey 4. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. We'll be back with you in a few moments.
It's weird. Without my glasses, I can track it better. I don't know why, because the blur is bigger, maybe? But I'm able to, I can see the disc the whole way down. Without the glasses, I'm like, that's messed up. Right. None of the natural angle. Right. I appreciate it. Well, hey, do you have any food? He came down. Are you kidding? No. You're kidding me. No.
Get some food now.
And here we are at the drop zone. This is where all out of bounds shots go if they go OB on the tee. And Dana steps up and throws very quickly and actually gives it a very nice run. He's just looking to settle for his bogey 4.
Our inaugural putting approach. This is a big beefy putter. This disc can handle the wind and real power off the tee. It has been called the best driving putter and has a consistent, predictable end flight fade. On the green, it works best for power putters and windy days. Vibram's second putting approach disc is called the Summit. It's perfect for those touch approach shots. Where the VP is beefy and overstable, the Summit has a low profile, a natural release, and will hold a controlled anhyzer. On the green, it makes a great lob or straight line putter. And our third putter to join the Vibram putting approach crew is the Ridge. With a stability rating between that of the VP and the Summit, the Ridge makes an amazingly stable approach disc. It flies straight and finishes true. It can handle a little snap.
Yeah. Wait till we're instead, okay? Thank you. I almost lost it. Shit. Here, let me cut through you extra distance. Thank you. Right there. That's fine. Yeah, so. Alright, you want the camera?
All right, we have set ourselves up behind the pin here on hole number 15. 15 measuring in at just 310 feet, or some may argue 305. I guess if you throw 310, you have a chance to put it in. We have Dave Feldberg after carding back-to-back birdies on both holes 12 and 13. He's on the tee here on hole 15. Strike that. Birdies on 13 and 14 and on the tee here on 15. And Leiviska coming in directly at the basket. It's going to be just a few feet short. And sure enough, he has 18 feet left for his birdie opportunity. cutting the only par on the last hole is Dutch. And Dutch has somehow navigated to the right side of the basket and is within 6 feet of the pin. He's going to have an easy tap-in birdie from there. Dana looking to come back after that bogey on the previous hole. And he has landed approximately 38, maybe 40 feet to the left of the pin. He may have a lane, however, there are a number of trees that are between him and the basket. We're going to move over behind Dana's lie, and we will grab the action from his viewpoint. And Dave is in the lowest part of this hole, down in the valley that they throw over. I would say he's approximately half the distance to the pin, maybe just a little bit more than that. So he's faced with 150 to 160 feet. Should have a relatively clean alley from that angle. Let's see if you can get up and down. And he has done just that, put himself within 10 feet of the pin. Looks like he will be able to recover for his par. And as I referenced earlier, Dana will have one tree to contend with during this putt, and unfortunately that, as a right-handed putter, whether you straddle or go straight on, that tree is really in the place that he wished he was throwing from. He'll be faced with a decision if he wants to straddle out to the right and go to the right-hand side and hyzer around that tree, or he may straddle slightly left, give himself a little bit more room. I'm guessing that's what he's going to do. And sure enough, the Mach X goes ahead and grabs in as Dana hits a very nice jump putt from just outside the circle. This is Leiviska from 22 feet. Very nice birdie by Cale. Dutch will also be tapping in after Dave Feldberg likely does as well. That would leave 3 birdies on the par if both Feldberg and Dutch convert on their putts.
See that excellent grab it?
And as Dana said, he's happy with the basket grab there as well. Very nice straddle putt, jumping straddle putt by Dana Vicich. It's going to be a slight backup here on hole number 16. We'll move over there. We'll be back with you in a few moments.
Steve Rico at Legacy Disc. I'm standing on the tee pad of hole 16. It's par 3, 530 feet, very reachable. You can birdie it. There's 2 gaps you can go through. What I'm trying to do is hit the right gap with something stable with a distance driver and have it flex back towards the green, give myself a putt.
Not all fairways finish left, and we can't all throw with pro power. So Vibram has designed an understable distance driver that is perfect for beginners or advanced players looking for amazing anhyzer finishes. Introducing the Unlace from Vibram. Durability, grip, performance.
Oh, and Paul getting an absolutely beautiful kick. That directed him perfectly toward the basket. He is very fortunate for that kick. And Matty O is on the tee next. And Matty O also gets a kick. Unfortunately, not quite as nice as Paul's. However, it could have been much worse. Josh Childs going with the right-hand side and gets hung up. And those are your tee shots. All right, and with that being said, they will move down the fairway on 16. We're going to take a few minutes to stand down and take a break here. We're going to be back with you shortly. I'm Terry Miller, Disc Golf Guy. You're watching the 2014 Maple Hill Open, presented by Vibram.
What is like the thing that tells you the disc is done? When are you like, now this is ready?
When he puts it in his bag.
He says that?
When he puts it in his bag, it's ready.
Yeah, we kind of throw it, test the different runs, and go with what's flying the best, most consistent. We can go up and down with different weights to change the flights and do different stuff as we're testing them. You know, different colors matter also. So.
About 8 grams difference.
We made and designed the mold to do a specific thing. So we're out there testing the mold, testing the plastics to make sure that's how we design the disc so it can fly the way we want to.
Vibram golf discs. The VP, our inaugural putt-and approach. This is a big, beefy putter. This disc can handle the wind and real power off the tee. It has been called the best driving putter and has a consistent, predictable end-flight fade. On the green, it works best for power putters and windy days. Vibram's second putt-and approach disc is called the Summit. It's perfect for those touch approach shots. Where the VP is beefy and overstable, the Summit has a low profile, a natural release, and will hold a controlled anhyzer. On the green, it makes a great lob or straight line putter. And our third putter to join the Vibram putt-and approach crew is the Ridge. With a stability rating between that of the VP and the Summit, the Ridge makes an amazingly stable approach disc. It flies straight and finishes true. It can handle a little snap and quite a bit of wind. And that completes the Vibram Putt and Approach arsenal. Each of these discs comes in the rubber-based X-Link compound, our unequaled grip and high durability material that'll let you do some van damage around the green.
The Mach X's M-Link system takes basket performance to a new level, allowing for more outer chains without the excess weight. Outfitted with the new Trapper Basket 2 technology, the Mach X has a 10-inch deep tray with additional support railing, eliminating bounce outs.
Your 2007 World Champion, Nate Dawes.
Walk in my world with the shadow close behind. Walk with me. Who am I? Always told what I'm supposed to do. Always told what I'm supposed to say. If they only knew, they let me be. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to be? What do you want me to be? Wasting time, I stand still. Deep within, I know who I am. Feeling trapped and held down. They want me to feel being strong. I've been confined, I'm taking back my life. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to be? What do you want me to be? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to be? What do you want me to be?
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here on the tee of number 16 at the Maple Hill Gold Course. Steve, I've got to ask, the course design, is this your doing or no?
Me, Tom, and Dave Jackson designed the course. And I think the wonderful thing we'll see tomorrow when the weather is beautiful is how well it cleans up after the rain. Because there's a lot of water on the course right now, and it's going to be all gone in about 18 hours.
In about 18 hours now, we're watching your players tromp around through it. We've heard some hot scores that have come in, including one of the hot shooters last year, Devin Frederick. Is that right? What did he shoot?
From what I understand, Devin Frederick shot a 52. I'm guessing he's in the lead in the clubhouse right now. Christian Dietrich, who shot a 64 yesterday, came in with a 54. 10 strokes better.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
I would say the weather is about 4 strokes worse, so that is very impressive. He did a great job.
All right, any final parting shots for these guys as they attack the last 3 holes?
Hold it tight and follow through.
That's what she said. All right, we're moving on. This is Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We've got Steve Dodge, our tournament director, hole number 16.
I'll set him up.
And on our tee, Cale Leiviska. Cale told us earlier he was looking to go the right-hand gap. And unfortunately it does not entirely hook up for him. After the birdie 2 on hole 15, looks like Dutch's shot is hit high and right. He's going to have a little bit of work to do to save his par from there. Also birdieing hole 15, Dana Vicich. And Dana doesn't get through as cleanly as he was hoping for. It was a good shot, going with an overstable driver off to the right-hand side. Here's Dave Feldberg. And Dave could use a little bit of a hyzer finish there. It looks like he had the nose down and it was anhyzering right out of his hand. I'm not sure that disc was stable enough for the angle he put it on. But here we are. We just have 3 holes to play. Hole number 16. We're at Maple Hole Gold. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. You're watching SmashBoxxTV. Let's get to it.
I see when I went in practice, it looks like it's a terrible shot, but you end up in this grassy knoll to the right with a little bit of stuff like this.
And Dutch throwing a very nice pancake shot that somehow gets up and then rolls toward the basket. Absolutely perfect shot from where he was. This will be Dana Vicich's approach shot. Oh, and just finishing left of the pin. Everyone was cheering for that to get in. Cale certainly thought it had a chance, as did Dana. Dave Feldberg off on the right-hand side of the fairway, leaves himself a jump putt, and comes up just a bit short. Very nice run by Dave Feldberg. So here is a great opportunity and give you a PDGA clarification on the rules. This water is deemed casual water, meaning there's no OB penalties or strokes. So you can go up to 5 meters directly behind your lie with no penalty. And worried more about balance than anything. Cale's shot is just a bit wide. We see Feldberg tapping out. Dana's going to make sure that he has both his hands and disc completely dry here. Every shot counts out here at the Maple Hill Open, knowing that any given stroke could cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. And Dana is just a bit high on the left-hand side of the chains. It did not bullet him. He's going to have to take a bogey 4. And Cale taps in for his 3. They are going to make the long haul over to hole 17's tee area. We will move up to the landing zone on 17. Let's see if the disc golf boy, AJ Risley, can give us a whole preview on hole 17.
Hi there, I'm Steve Dodge, and this is hole 8 at Maple Hill. It's a par 3, 320 feet. It's no woods, it's all water, 310 to clear it. One thing you don't want to do is push your disc off to the right, the way the winds want to push it. Welcome to the Vibram Open. This golf has been around for 40 plus years. We've grown it, we've worked together, and we're at a point now where this sport is truly about to launch.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here on hole number 17, a very demanding par 4. And it looks as if after that last tee, we will, hole 16, we will have Cale Leiviska still on the tee box. And Cale had pulled that a little bit to the right, however, that was a very bad break as Cale hit one of the tallest trees out here in this tree farm, and that may end up actually costing him a stroke simply because they put him in a very awkward position. He may or may not be able to get out of there. It was coming in nearly perfectly. It was about to land in the short grass, and unfortunately, they got hung up. And Dutch's shot had fought all the way through, hit a little foliage on the right-hand side coming off the tee, however it carried all the way through. He's going to have a good look at getting up and down from there. And you may hear some of these very heavy raindrops coming down as the rain continues to pour on us. And Dave Feldberg has crushed this shot and put himself in an absolutely perfect position. He could not have thrown a better shot from that long tee. Very nice by Dave Feldberg. And Dynamite Vicich unfortunately turned it over and did not get any carry or fight out of that. And he's going to find himself in the trees in a not very good position over there. Normally we'd see a very sizable gallery out here on a Friday afternoon during the leader card action. However, it has been very challenging out here today as most of the spectators have opted for a safe and dry spot to hang out. And now you are looking at Dave Feldberg's tee shot. And again, he has set himself up perfectly. I believe even the worst of players could find a way to get up and down there and record a birdie 3 from right there. That is a perfect tee shot by Dave Feldberg. And Dana is first going to be challenged by finding his lie. I'm not convinced that he has a very good spot when he does find it, but first he is going to have to locate his spot, and then he will have to navigate around the trees and be able to attack this gap to be able to get up and down here. And we will step aside as we see Dana seems to have located his shot. We're going to move off. We are standing in essentially the center of the fairway. Dana may not have too many options other than just to lay up to exactly where we are and then approach the green from there, looking to card a 4 at that point. You're watching second round coverage of the 2014 Maple Hill Open presented by Vibram. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. It has been a very long and wet round this entire afternoon out here at the Maple Hill course. We have been fortunate enough not to see or hear any lightning or thunder. Looks as if our players should be able to get in and out and get this entire round completed as Dana throws a very nice approach shot. There have been threats of Hurricane Arthur and some of its far-reaching edges coming all the way up to us out where we are located just outside of Boston by approximately an hour. And looks like they may be looking for Cale's strike that. They have located Cale's disc. Cale's going to have to look for his route of attack here. Again, had he not gotten hung up by the very top of that tree, he would have been also in a perfect position to get up and down for a 3. After catching up with Steve Dodge, our tournament director, back on hole 16, very impressive to hear that the hot score of the day has come in with a 52. And Cale is throwing a very nice approach shot. That's going to leave himself with a little bit of a tester putt. Very nice shot. I think he's going to be within 30 feet of the pin. Certainly leaving himself an opportunity for the 3. Dutch is going to be throwing his approach shot. Looks like he could have used a little bit more on it. It's a good forward kick, however. Should have thrown a little bit harder. Unfortunately, he's looking to me to give him the status of that throw, and I indicated it looked like he was a little shorter than he was looking for. And Feldberg going with a jump putt, not looking to put that shot in. He just wants to land it within 10 or 15 feet of the pin. Again, a nearly perfect drive by Feldberg. Dana's going to have to just lay this up and be content with taking a 4 here on hole number 17. The basket is perched right on that hillside, and directly behind it, it does dip down a few feet. And Cale gets it to stick on the right-hand side. That looked like it could have popped out. And Cale's got to be happy with that. Very nice jump putt. Cale carding the birdie 3. And making it look easy, Dutch does the same. Vicich going to be left with 15 to 16 feet for his 4. Feldberg is also within 5 feet of the basket, so he will be carding a birdie 3 here as well. Hopefully Dana has a short memory after he had missed a short putt on the previous hole. He's from the same distance. And no problems for Dana Vicich. Feldberg will tap in. We have a very short walk over to hole 18. We are going to bring it home for you in just a few minutes. Again, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. That's hole 17, Maple Hill Gold. You're watching SmashBoxxTV.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Patrick Blazik, Team DD, on hole 18 at Maple Hill. Par 4, 605 feet. Just trying to throw a big anhyzer here. Try and land safe out there in the middle in the open so I can have a good look for my upshot to get a 3, at worst a 4. Let's do it.
This is the Vibram Soul. This is their new putter.
You seem to get excited when you pick that up. Tell me why.
Because this is the new putter. This is the putting putter.
It's Vibram's first traditional putting putter. Some of the players on our team asked for a putter that had more of a rounded shoulder and less of a flat top. The Soul was the answer to those players.
This is for these little birdies.
And after more than 4 hours of competition, we are here on our 18th hole of the day. Cale Leiviska will still have the tee box, I believe, after carding the birdie 3 on hole number 17. And after Cale had spent his energy and efforts in getting his disc completely dried off, accidentally dropped it on the ground, he's going to have to start over. Hole 18 here at Maple Hill is one of the best finishing holes in all of disc golf. Not only do they have more than 500 feet to navigate to an island green, there will also be a gallery of players and spectators hanging out around the rock wall, cheering good shots on as people are trying to attack the island green. The best right-handed backhand shots will go straight out and finish to the right with a slight anhyzer. You really want to be as close to those trees in front of us as you can, but to the right of them. If you're stuck behind them, you don't have much of an opportunity besides laying up. Here's Cale Leiviska on the tee. And Cale trying to go big and unfortunately hangs it a little wider than he was hoping to. This is your first round leader, Dutch Napier. And Dutch has good distance. Unfortunately, it has finished on the left-hand side. The best shots here to attack the green for a birdie need to finish on the right-hand side of the screen. And after seeing both Dutch and Cale hang theirs wide left, looks like Dave may have overcompensated slightly and finished to the right. It did kick back to the fairway, however, he is going to be short. Last to tee, Dynamite Vicich. Dana also looking to get as much as he could on that anhyzer drive. Unfortunately, like Feldberg, he had turned it over just a little too much. He's going to be faced with a difficult up and down. I'm guessing he's going to opt for the layup to the mouth of the island and then throw over from that spot. No one can really be disappointed, however, with a par 4 here on this beautiful 18th hole. And in very quick fashion, Cale steps up and throws an absolutely beautiful shot. And next to throw will be Dana Vicich. And Dana has done just that. He has laid up and placed himself perfectly. He's going to throw over onto the green and look to be carding a par 4. Feldberg is faced with a difficult decision and has made a very unforced error. It looks like he was certainly laying up here to simply throw over and take his shot at taking a 4. And he hit really the one tree that was between him and the desired layup spot. He should still be able to get up and down from there, but it's much more difficult than it should be after placing himself behind that tree. And Dutch had landed on the left-hand side of the fairway, as we've seen a few other times today, throwing an overhand shot as an approach. He's done so nicely. And after hitting this tree, as I said, Dave will still have a very Cale Leiviska. And a very nice shot by Cale to put himself within 15 feet of the pin. And Dave has thrown onto the island green. He as well could have used a little bit more power there. He's not going to be left with a tap in that he was looking for. And Dana has left himself a few feet short. He will be tapping in for his par 4. And Dutch also has now jump putt to within a few feet of the basket. We'd like to thank everyone that logged in and watched today, or if you're watching on our instant archive, happy 4th of July to everyone out there. It has been a special day here at Maple Hill, needless to say. I'd like to thank all the amazing staff, spotters, volunteers, tournament directors, and otherwise that helped make today possible. And Dave is good from 12 feet. Dutch has 10 feet. Cale makes good, as will Dana Vicich from just a few feet out. And Dana taps in as well. Well, there you have it. I'm going to go ahead and put down the umbrella for just a few moments. However, the rain is still continued out here at the Maple Hill Gold Course. These players were challenged all day long with absolutely treacherous conditions. The rain never stopped at any point, and we saw some of the challenges come through. They battled through it. Everyone kept their composure, and they know that there are 2 days remaining here at the Maple Hill Open event. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. This is SmashBoxxTV. Again, we need to thank everyone out there that has tuned in. Again, whether you're watching it live or on the instant archive, we appreciate your support. Please like, share, and watch the video as many times as you can. For now, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. We'll catch you guys tomorrow for the 3rd round of the Maple Hill Open presented by Vibram.
The Mach X by DGA, the evolution of disc golf.
Vibram golf discs. The VP are inaugural putt-and approach. This is a big beefy putter. This disc can handle the wind and real power off the tee. It has been called the best driving putter and has a consistent, predictable end-flight fade. On the green, it works best for power putters and windy days. Vibram's second putt-and approach disc is called the Summit. It's perfect for those touch approach shots. Where the VP is beefy and overstable, the Summit has a low profile, a natural release, and will hold a controlled anhyzer. On the green, it makes a great lob or straight line putter. And our third putter to join the Vibram putt-and approach crew is the Ridge. With a stability rating between that of the VP and the Summit, the Ridge makes an amazingly stable approach disc. It flies straight and finishes true. It can handle a little snap and quite a bit of wind. And that completes the Vibram putt-and approach arsenal. Each of these discs comes in the rubber-based X-Link compound, our unequaled grip and high durability material that'll let you do some van damage around the green.